Oye, nena, vamos para la fiesta. Está buena, me quedo. Ay, señorita, ¿por qué me dejas? Bueno, mira, señora. Ay, señorita, nadie sabía lo que iba a pasar. Solamente fuiste y me dejaste solito en la eternidad. Señora, ay, señorita, yo sé que ahora estás lejos de mí y siempre estoy pensando lo que estás haciendo y si te sientes más feliz. Te sientes más feliz, oye, y espero yo que no te sientas sola y que tu vida está llena de felicidad, porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo, atrapado en la oscuridad, solito en la eternidad, solito en la eternidad, oye. Trompeta. saxofón con el Cristian. Toca.
What up?
Y espero yo que no te sientas sola y que tu vida está llena de felicidad, porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo, atrapado en la oscuridad y solito en la eternidad. Ay señora, vuélvete, ay señora, ya se fue.
Welcome. Good morning, everybody, to another day here on Earth. Isn't it amazing? We're so small, a planet, so far from the closest other star. We'll never reach there. The light from those other stars is millions of years away. Jeffrey's not pursuing impeachment. I think that this is actually a little bit unfair to Jeffries. I saw the quote. Maybe there's more of it that I missed, but this is the kind of rage bait that is designed to make me look like an idiot. Because I went into the quote, and it's just like, we know that there won't be an impeachment because they're not going to put it to a vote. It was more like, we know they won't let us do the vote. It wasn't so much like we wouldn't be willing to if we wanted to. So this is the kind of like Pisco bait, not you, because I also saw that headline comment good. But there's people who are making headlines so that I make mistakes and get called out. And so from now on, I'm going to follow the source. Don't go just by the headline. Can we stop being pussies? Okay, I don't know what you mean by that, but good morning to you too. I don't know what that's in reference to, but hope you're having a decent morning. Everybody, it's crazy what's going on, isn't it? It's Tuesday, December 2nd, and we're just chilling. And we have Franklin condemning Pete Hegseth. This is the meme that Pete Hegseth put up. Franklin targets narco terrorists. Now listen, I happen to be a big lover of these Franklin memes. I like the one where he scores Percocet. Have you guys seen that one? Franklin lies to score Percocet. But obviously we condemn, and so did Franklin the Turtle. This is the response. Franklin the Turtle is a beloved Canadian icon, didn't know that, who has inspired generations of children and stands for kindness, empathy, and inclusivity. We strongly condemn any denigrating, violent, or unauthorized use of Franklin's name or image which directly contradicts these values. So, based Franklin is now a resistance turtle, although he's also a foreigner. Franklin, my beloved, yes, Franklin, the turtle, Franklin. What to say, folks? Apparently there's a big announcement today at 2 o'clock by Trump. Who knows? Maybe it'll just be some other random grift like the Trump phones. You guys remember those Trump phones? Have they gotten those phones yet? Someone should check on that. Trump phones. This is from Business Insider. Trump phone nowhere to be seen. It was supposed to be released in August. Months later, it's nowhere to be found. So I hope those of you who took up the 47 plan, which gives you everything for 47, 45, a reference to Trump's status as both the 45th and 47th president, aren't too upset about the delay in the Trump phone. Those of you who went and bought the phone. So, congrats. So maybe, the 2:00 announcement might be, what do you want to say? Trump AI? It reminds me a little bit sometimes of Ryan from The Office, where he has all these different schemes, like Wolf. I don't know. There's just something about the different schemes. It feels very Donald Trump Jr. coded. So who knows what this announcement is? It might be another product of some kind. Yo, how many times do I have to say, my guy is on it. He is on it. We had a update yesterday. We're working on it, all right? Chill on this chat. You guys doing some crazy stuff. Far too indulgent in the chat, talking to me with such disrespect, David Colo. Crazy. It's because I spoil the chats. Reminds me of that scene from Godfather. Never tell anyone outside the family what you're thinking about. I spoil my children, as you can see. They talk when they should listen. These kids' books seem like grooming. Okay. He's slow. Listen, let him cook. All right, wait, where were we? Okay, so announcement at 2:00 from Trump, supposedly. What can I say? Maybe he'll be announcing a special military operation into Venezuela, obviously, who's attacking us and has been for the last 6-7 years. That's ironic. I do find it particularly funny that Michael Tracy, who I have a long-standing meh feeling about on various different issues, he calls out the very ideological and some might say artificial, not really based in any genuine grievance, or at least a legitimate grievance, the engagement or proposed engagement of United States military into Venezuela. He calls that out as being, in principle, like kooky and wrong. But I always find he's a little bit lacking in his statements to that effect with the Russian incursion into Ukraine. Very much, I think he takes as given the Russian ideological position vis-a-vis Ukraine, doesn't take as given the American position vis-a-vis Venezuela. In that one is like, in other words, applying the normative framework only to America's engagement and not to like other countries abroad. That's what I feel happens sometimes with Michael Tracy. But that is a corollary point. Did anyone else skip work today? Uh-oh, Tomato. Did you skip work? Are you officially banging in Atlantic City? I've been getting some like very bi-curious tweets pointed my way by the word war debate. Speaking of which,
the Enlightened Network is proud to present...
Just kidding. I've been getting some of those little tweets aimed my way by the word war debate account. So hopefully there'll be an invite on offer. Drew Pavlou has accepted to have a discussion about these military strikes next week, though. Next week, not this week. But I don't know if they're going to let him into the country. Not after he voted for Mayor Adams illegally. He put his vote in a bottle and threw it into the ocean, trying to vote. So Drew accepted a debate next week. I don't know if we need a moderator. I'm thinking about it. I don't need one. Why get a moderator if we don't need one? You know? Maybe it might be good to have someone if he starts to get a little slippery. Avi expressed interest, but I'm not sure. I think might be. We'll see how we get along with just us, I feel. Unless he really wants one. What's more prison time, illegally voting or littering? Illegally voting. Usually carries a bigger penalty. And by usually, I mean probably always, unless you're littering nuclear wastes somewhere like near a nursery or something. Anyway, folks, we're going to be talking a little bit about this whataboutism with Obama stuff and the drone strikes from Obama, versus the strikes that Trump is engaging in. And I've already talked to you about how I see the difference. But I think it's always useful to go back and look at the rationale given in the first Obama administration. There was a DOJ lawyer somewhere in the OLC who wrote an opinion specifically on the strikes that were being contemplated. And I think it's somewhat redacted, but there are public portions of it that I want to go through. I read it a while back, but I think it's useful to reread it so you guys can actually see the rationale provided by the OLC. Now, I will always stress for you guys, the OLC, they're not like a court, and certainly you don't need to take the statements of law as authoritative. It's authoritative within the executive branch, or it ought to be, in that the executive branch, thank you so much for the sub on YouTube. I'll unmute alert, sorry. But I think it will be good for you guys to see, well, what is the rationale of the Obama administration with its own strikes? And in what ways does it differ from the rationale being given right now? And I think the big difference is going to be the justification. The real reason why various of the different strikes by Obama and even Biden had a strike that killed like a family of innocent people by accident. I had someone like tweet out, did you say anything about when Biden like killed 10 innocent people? And did you say that he should go to jail for that? I'm like, no, because it's a different thing. It's like saying I should go to jail for, doing something accidentally, which is only a crime to do on purpose. Or like a cop should go to jail for murder. Now, maybe they do something so reckless that there should be liability for it. If anything, I'm the person who thinks that should be open. You guys are the ones who support the immunity decision, not me. But you can't compare an action where they think that they're going after terrorists and they get the wrong people anymore. Like, you can't say that is the same thing as intentionally trying to kill people for whom there's no justification. Right? It's not like they went out specifically to kill innocent people. And if they did that, right? If they went out specifically to kill either innocent people or people for whom there's no justification. Now, understand what people will do when you say innocent like that. That's why I think that it can sometimes, you have to be careful about your language. If you say innocent person, they'll be like, you think these guys are innocent? They're drug traffickers, right? So got to be careful with the word innocent. And that's just like an equivocation on what we mean by innocent, where what the person is saying, they're innocent. What they mean is like, they're not doing the thing that would justify this kind of reaction. Not like innocence as to all things, that they've never done a crime. You get me? There's this like intentional bad faith of trying to interpret when people say something to apply more broadly and stretch out what you're saying or move or shift the definition. That can all just go away by just saying they are striking people for whom there is no justification, and the people that they're targeting, even if their allegations were true, it wouldn't be justified to hit them, right? That's different than the Biden case, right? If Biden were correct that he were striking ISIS-K, who just killed a bunch of American troops, right? They're engaging in armed conflict against the United States as part of our military strategic position in Afghanistan, withdrawing that position in a war that was authorized by Congress. In that context, right? If it were the case that we had correctly identified that they were ISIS-K, who had, again, engaged in war and conflict against the United States government by killing like 12 of our troops, as well as other stuff, and as well as them being engaged in a jihad against the United States, then surely that would be justified as an act of war. That's the key distinction. That doesn't mean, though, that the president has the power to just, in bad faith, label anything he wants war in the traditional sense to justify the rules of war, and label anyone that fits his absurd definition of war a combatant. Because that's really what to accept this comparison is an invitation to say, no matter anything societal ill or perceived societal ill from any presidential administration going forward, they can just list it out, and it just is the case. That's war, and the person who engages in that is a combatant. And that can't be right. That can't be right. Rubio not attending the NATO meeting. Pentagon cut off comms with Germany's defense ministry. Wake up. Yeah, I mean, I do think that there's a reason to worry about potential war in Venezuela. Getting a legal opinion from OLC is absolutely grounds for an entrapment by estoppel defense in court, even for executive branch actions. Ignoring this would be a due process issue. I mean, I guess I don't understand an entrapment by estoppel defense in court. What's the entrapment? I don't even know what entrapment by estoppel is. I'm not a criminal lawyer. Who are you contemplating being the defendant in this case? Like the president? I don't look too much into the obtaining of a legal memorandum from OLC. There are other people who put a lot of like weight in that, but I'm like not a lot at all. For me, it's about the nature of what's going on and the nature of the president's authority and the actual justification for the strike. That's just me, though. But yeah, let me know if I'm not tracking what you're trying to say. Getting a legal opinion from OLC is absolutely grounds for an entrapment by estoppel defense in court, even for executive branch actions. Ignoring this would be a due process issue. I don't even know what the fuck that means. I mean, you're raising a bunch of various different things. One is ignoring something as the entrapment would be that LLC gave a legal opinion to their president or other high-level executive branch officials saying something they're about to do is that is not entrapment. Please come on stream so we can talk. This is definitely confused. I don't know why we would give stake for the president to he seeks out an opinion from. This is like buying into like the Trump thing. Trump sought out legal advice. And yeah, some of the legal advice said he couldn't do what he wanted to do in 2020, but some did. But also it's not entrapment. Entrapment is when the authorities, right here, Obama is the authority. Entrapment is the authorities making or coercing someone to do something they otherwise wouldn't be in their tendency or nature to do, but not helping them do something that they do want to do. That's not entrapment. So if you have like a terrorist cell that wants to plan a strike of some kind and the police offer to give them munitions to do that, but they're setting them up, that's not entrapment. Can you give a 30-second overview of what the Chevron decision ultimately did or changed? The initial decision or the overturning of the Chevron doctrine? So yeah, I don't think it's not due process, and I don't think, or sorry, that it's entrapment, and I don't think that failing to consider it, I don't even know what that means, violates due process. I don't know what your due process point is. Entrapment by estoppel. Maybe this is a term of art. Does that apply when the government, right? The government is itself. How can the government itself rely on, especially with the theory of the executive branch, federal executive branch being totally under the purview of the president? So this is entrapment by estoppel. It's a criminal offense where a defendant is acquitted because they committed a crime in reasonable reliance on a government official's misleading advice that the conduct was legal. The defendant must prove the official, who was aware of all the facts, affirmatively told them the conduct was permissible and their reliance was reasonable. I'm just not. How can that be an internal thing on the president himself when he's the president? I would not be in favor of applying that to the government more broadly. Are there instances of that? Maybe you're right. I mean, fuck it. Maybe you're right that that's happened before. But I certainly don't think that for public policy reasons that should not apply to internal government conduct. But tell me if it ever has. Okay, what are we talking about? Shit, I was going to say something. I think if it comes from the OLC or the Attorney General, it would be a valid defense if it was relied upon. They have the legal authority to determine the, like, no, they don't. It is emphatically the province and duty. I was going to talk about Chevron in a second, but it's emphatically the province of the courts. Since when do they have legal authority to determine legality? By legal authority, you mean they have... I guess I don't know what you mean by they have the legal authority to determine legality. They have their opinion, but that doesn't have any... it binds itself, right? It's themselves talking to themselves. Right? The United States government is talking to the United States, and these individuals who make up the government are talking to each other. But when you say they have the legal authority to determine the legality, just like I do, right? I mean, like, we all have legal authorities to... What are you saying other than they are allowed under the law to interpret the law for themselves? I mean, everyone can do that internally, right? I am legally allowed to consider the legality and determine the legality of my own actions in some sense, in that they can't punish me for determining the legality. If you're saying something more than that, that is that the DOJ, their interpretations of the law have the force of law for parties outside of the DOJ or the government itself. I don't know if that is founded. I think it's better if you just call in, because it's triggering me a lot. So what you're saying is triggering the fuck out of me. But hey, maybe you're right, you know? Maybe you're right. I totally, if this thing were to exist, to me it's just like an invitation to abuse. And there's no world in which I would want this kind of estoppel defense for the government acting as the government, you know, internally. Oh, we all decided it was legal to do like that. We all had this like bad faith interpretation. We just decided it was legal, and therefore, you know, whereas when it's like the a government versus citizen relationship, I can understand that defense because it's the position of authority versus people who are not in the know, who are gonna on you know, they're not sophisticated, they're gonna listen to the cop. But when you're talking about a structure where the person on top is asking a subordinate, hey, what do you think about this? Give me your opinion. I think it's a completely different situation. I'm saying that one of the requirements, the government officials can't be a random person. For it to be entrapment by estoppel, they have to be empowered to give the advice. In what sense, right? Like, they're empowered. That is to say, like, are police empowered to give advice on the legality of stuff? It's like the police are, a regular person in reasonable reliance might listen to what a cop says, but they're not empowered by law to give opinions, right? So there's a question of authority, of actual authority. Why don't I actually pull this up? Understand what I'm saying here? I'm at work. Yeah, join disagreements. But there's when people say like empowered, I hear actual, like, you have the actual authority to do a thing. You have the power to do it. And so someone says to me, the OLC is legally, what are the words you said? You said, we'll get to Chevron, don't worry. They have the legal authority to determine legality. When I hear like legal authority, for me, this is all the same shit. When I say, they're all synonyms for me. They all have, they're empowered to do it. That means they have the legal authority to do it. They have the actual authority. These all mean the same thing to me. And so when you say the OLC has the legal authority to determine legality, that sounds to me like they have the legal authority to determine, and by determine, I think I mean like in a dispositive fashion, to determine the legality of the underlying thing. And I'm like, no, they don't. That's the courts. The courts say what the law is. That said, the OLC will be binding on other executive branch departments as a matter of policy. That people will listen to the OLC and within the executive branch. But this is very much like the president asking his subordinates, "Is this lawful?" That's what this is. By the way, this is a memo from July 16th. We're going to look at this in a second. This is from the OLC, right? This is about the Alawaki. Why the fuck is Siri talking in the background? I don't know what just happened. I'm sure none of you guys heard that. Anyway, this is a memo about the strikes on Alawaki. Just heads up. Reapplicability of federal criminal laws in the Constitution to contemplate lethal operations against Alawaki. So we're going to read this in a second. But what we're considering right now is this like estoppel. What is it? Entrapment by estoppel. Who is this? Ulti Chimera brought up. And I just feel like if the president is asking their subordinates, hey, what do you think about this and the legality of this? It seems like a very different situation than someone who potentially does not have legal authority. Just has, an individual might have a reasonable apprehension that they have that authority, like a police officer relies on that from the bottom up, right? I would more so be interested about this defense if it came from like a lower level person to raise against the president, if the president orders them to do something. But interesting. Maybe I was too dismissive, but I just don't. If it does apply, I would be upset. I want to hurt people. What are we talking about? Chevron. So in 30 seconds, you asked. But you didn't answer whether it was Chevron as it is or Chevron repeal, right? Or if you did, I didn't see it. Sorry, I'm updating my entire chat. I missed all the chats. This isn't just me saying it. This was brought up in the government in the absolute immunity oral arguments, absolute immunity case. Oh, sure. Yeah, no, I just, if that's an argument, this was brought up by Jack Smith. Then I don't agree with Jack Smith. This is stupid. We should not be doing this, in my opinion. We should use prosecutorial discretion and stuff to not charge people who obviously don't deserve to be charged. And maybe, but in general, I think that we should rely on public authority exceptions. But maybe I, dismissed you out of hand too quickly. Okay. What the original ruling was and what the overruling did. Okay, so real quick, see 30 seconds. I don't know if I can do 30 seconds. So Chevron was a doctrine, a way of interpreting the commands of Congress when there were sort of agencies, statutory schemes, where agencies were called to enforce broader regulatory frameworks. The courts kind of interpreted these statutory schemes when they're contained in those schemes, potentially ambiguous language, to give deference to the agency's interpretation of its own of the statutes, that the ambiguous terms of the statutes under which it regulates. That's like a bunch of word salad to suggest that the courts were giving deference to the agencies as to how to interpret aspects of their regulatory authority. The logic being that Congress designed these agencies specifically to be very reactive and responsive to different stuff. And when they created ambiguities, for example, like what a pollutant is, source pollutant or whatever, or what an endangered species is, and when they didn't define further, they would have preferred the agency to have the leeway as long as their interpretation was one of several reasonable interpretations to have the final say on that. That was the status like before. And there's this like sort of structural framework on how to apply Chevron that used to be, I don't know if it still is because I graduated after it was overturned. A big part of admin law was addressing Chevron issues. I don't think that it's too far off to say that Chevron was probably one of the most cited Supreme Court cases of all time. So it was a very pivotal aspect of admin law, agency law, that kind of thing, in that you would sort of apply the 2-step or 2.5-step or whatever of Chevron and discuss whether agencies, according to the Administrative Procedures Act and their own statutes, whether they had to like change what they were doing or stop doing something, And getting rid of Chevron basically said, no, we're going to give it all to the courts. And we don't think that Congress is meaning to give these agencies this latitude in interpreting the terms of their own frameworks. Which is, hypothetically, right? Congress could reinstitute Chevron by just passing a law and saying, enacting the Chevron presumption and incorporating the case law as it used to be. The end effect of getting rid of Chevron deference, how you should see it, I think, actually, is this was a kind of a white whale for a lot of conservatives, because conservatives view, especially in the domain of like regulation, environmental regulation especially, that cutting back on Chevron will empower a more conservative judiciary to be less cost-inducing for conservative interests, in that they're probably going to interpret these statutes more narrowly, as opposed to like a Democratic administration that might want to, like, I don't know, have a clean power plan, like Obama had like some sort of clean air plan or something, which they all don't want to abide by and they don't want to follow. And so the idea was, let's get rid of Chevron and we'll gut the administrative state, gut the regulatory frameworks, make it more laissez-faire, and reduce the burdens on capitalists. And they got it. I mean, that was a big white whale for them. It's not really about the incentive there. I don't think it's really about the separation of powers or anything. I think it's more to do with the anti-regulatory bias of the litigants. And it's perceived to be more, for the reasons I just stated, in favor of Republicans, because the intuition is, with a very conservative judiciary that's in charge of all these different decisions, they're going to be more willing to go with the conservative interpretation of these statutes and limit the scope of statutes where they need to and expand it where they don't, as opposed to having it, more, whoever the president is gets to have a lot more say in what these regulations mean. Hopefully that helps. You're lost. All right. Well, I did my best. There are things called agencies. Agencies interpret rules and regulations and statutes. And the question was, to what extent ought we, as a legal matter, listen to their interpretations of their own statutes and regulations? If you're still confused, I'm sorry. You can Google it. That did help. Okay, yeah. Sometimes it helps to see the bigger picture, and the bigger picture is kind of pro-regulatory forces, anti-regulatory forces, people who view it as potentially limiting a Democratic administration that wants to really introduce a bunch of new stuff, and introducing the courts as a stopgap and a funnel. And in some ways, the court has expanded its role dramatically with this decision. But they've also narrowed it in other cases, right? With the whole getting rid of the universal injunctions. And so I don't really see it as a structural or doctrinal principled stance of the court. I think the court is just cutting back on cases that they have always been taught to hate, like Chevron. And when they need to rule in a case, they will. So I'm more black-pilled that this is all political. All right, we are way afield, way afield. What are we talking about? Okay. Wait, real quick. Just while I drink some water.
Word War Debate, the premier debate league. I'm Ben Swan, and I'm here to introduce the new gold standard of debates. Every statement, every argument, every counterpoint is tested under the lights.
Okay, I'm just kidding. Folks, so we are going to take a look at this OLC opinion. This is from the Obama administration. It's not Holder who writes this. It's some other guy. I forget his name. Does it start with a B? This is, who's this from? A guy. Maybe his name will be on it. But long story short, from the fact pattern to back this up, this is the case that everyone is bringing up constantly. This case and when they accidentally killed his son. But really, we should not be focused on when they accidentally killed his son, because that was an accident. They didn't intend to kill his son or anything. This guy, Al-Awlaki, Anwar al-Awlaki, he was an American citizen, a dual citizen with Yemen, and he was killed in a drone strike in 2011. So the DOJ offered this opinion to the president, etc., and DOD or whatever, for strikes that they were contemplating. And this guy was an Al-Qaeda operative. He was a leader and sort of a key guy for Al-Qaeda. So that's the backdrop. He prominently was supporting people, converting to Al-Qaeda and helping to organize that terrorist group. And just to put a finer point on it, we were at war with Al-Qaeda and with these Islamic fundamentalist groups that attacked us on 9/11. The strike, I believe it happened in Yemen, actually. But yeah, don't put terrorists in quotes. Is there any good evidence that this person, that they got the wrong guy? This guy made public videos. So this guy was, in my opinion, a bad hombre. And this is the opinion justifying his killing from the DOJ. We begin our legal analysis with a consideration of Section 1119 of Title 18, entitled Foreign Murder of United States Nationals. Right. So there are laws on the books. This wouldn't apply in our specific cases. So the cases that we're talking about don't deal with the murder of U.S. nationals, but there are other murder statutes in the U.S. Code, It's not just state statutes. There's for special maritime jurisdiction, whatever the area of within the special maritime and territorial jurisdiction of the United States, whoever is guilty of murder shall be punished by death or imprisoned for life. So there are other potential criminal statutes that would be applicable to this conduct, not just this specific statute. But here, the guy happened to be a U.S. national, which obviously complicates things further. He's a crazy person. Okay, cool. Subsection 1119 sub B provides that a person who, being a national of the United States, kills or attempts to kill a national of the United States while such national is outside the U.S., but within the jurisdiction of another country, shall be punished as provided under these various different sections. In light of the nature of the contemplated operations described above, which they redacted, right? Like, whereas Section 1, and the fact that the target would be a national of the United States who is outside the United States, we must examine whether this section would prohibit those operations, right? Does the criminal penalty against killing another U.S. citizen prohibit the contemplated strikes? We first explain in this part the scope of this section and why it must be construed to incorporate the public authority justification. And I totally agree with this. I mean, this fits with, this must be true, that there's a public authority justification for any murder statute, right? By empowering our government to conduct war in certain circumstances, I would think almost there's a constitutional requirement in some areas for there to be a public authority justification. Otherwise, how do we have a country? How do we have a president who protects against insurrections and rebellions and stuff like that, or is empowered to go to war, which can render lethal action carried out by a government official lawful in some circumstances? And when you see public authority justification, this would not be a shock to you if this were the police and the context of self-defense. It shouldn't stand to reason that all your intuitions about self-defense should carry over to any public authority justification. But just when you see public authority, one example of a public authority justification is self-defense, which can render lethal action carried out by a government official lawful in some circumstances. We next explain in Part 3A why that public authority justification would apply to the contemplated DoD operation. Finally, we explain why that justification would apply to the contemplated CIA operation. As to each agency, we focus on the particular circumstances in which it would carry out the operation. Although this particular section of the criminal law refers only to the punishments provided under sections 111, whatever, these other sections, to incorporate the substantive elements of those cross-reference provisions of Title 18, refers only to the punishments provided under those. All right. This section sets forth criminal penalties for murder and provides that murder is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought. That's the traditional definition of murder. So whenever you hear people give this weird, wacky definition of murder, where it's I intended to kill someone, that's not murder. Murder is the causing the death of a human being with malice aforethought. Section 1112 provides similar criminal sanctions for manslaughter, and manslaughter is the unlawful killing of a human being without malice, and then attempt liability. It is therefore clear that 1119 bars only unlawful killings, right? Unlawful killing. So murder, right, by definition, is unlawful. So this is probably the argument, therefore, I'm assuming goes, and I think as I remember it, it incorporates all of the usual exceptions to murder. Section 1119 itself also expressly imposes various procedural limitations on prosecutions. Subsection C1 requires that any prosecution be authorized by the Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General. So additionally, if you want to prosecute someone, the DOJ needs to go through the head honchos. The limitation on its scope is significant as the legislative history to the underlying offenses that the section incorporates makes clear. The provisions derive from these other provisions from another act, and it codified and amended the penal laws of the United States. Section 273 of the enactment defined murder as the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought, and Section 274 defined manslaughter as the unlawful killing of a human being without malice. So they codified the federal murder and manslaughter provisions that they already had. which included references to unlawful killing, which are tracking today, and also track for the state murder statutes. Citing a bunch of state murder statutes. Murder is the unlawful killing, California, Tennessee, unlawful killing. Such statutes in turn reflect the view often expressed in the common law of murder that the crime requires an unlawful killing. Murder at common law is the unlawful killing. So just stressing that these different laws are incorporating the typical rule. As this legislative history indicates, guidance as to the meaning of what constitutes an unlawful killing can be found in the historical understandings of murder and manslaughter. That history shows that states have long recognized justifications and excuses to statutes criminalizing unlawful killings. Let's go to that footnote. The same is true with respect to other statutes, including federal laws that modify a prohibited act other than murder or manslaughter with the term unlawfully. For example, this other statute makes it unlawful, among other things, to unlawfully and willfully provide or collect funds with the intent to be used to carry out an act that is an offense within certain specified treaties. The legislative history makes clear that the term unlawfully is intended to embody common law defenses. Similarly, the Uniform Code of Military Justice makes it unlawful for members of the armed forces to, without justification or excuse, unlawfully kill a human being under certain specified circumstances. Notwithstanding the statute already expressly requires lack of justification or excuse, it is a long-standing view of the armed forces that killing a human being is unlawful when done without justification or excuse. So that's the big key distinction that you're going to have to make whenever you're going to want to distinguish what Biden is doing, what Obama did with what Trump is doing. One state court, for example, in construing the state's murder statute, explained that the word unlawful is a term of art that connotes a homicide with the absence of factors of excuse or justification. The court further explained that the factors of excuse or justification in question include those that have been traditionally recognized. Other authorities support the same conclusion. Accordingly, this section does not prescribe killings covered by a justification traditionally recognized, such as under the common law or state or federal murder statute. So that whole little section, whatever, Roman numeral 2, big A, is all just saying what I think is obvious, but that needs to be said, that the murder statutes on the books are incorporating like the common law rules. Here we focus on the potential application of one such recognized exception, the justification of public authority to the contemplated DoD and CIA operations. Before examining whether on these facts the public authority justification would apply to the operations, we explain why the section incorporates that particular justification. The public authority justification, generally understood, is well accepted, and it is clear it may be available even in cases where the particular criminal statute at issue does not expressly refer to a public authority justification. Prosecutions where such a public authority justification is invoked are understandably rare, and thus there is little case law in which courts have analyzed the scope of the justification with respect to the conduct of government officials. So basically, you don't find a lot of cases where they're interpreting public authority, because usually when these killings happen, they're not taken to court. Nonetheless, discussions in the leading treatises and in the Model Penal Code demonstrate its legitimacy, that is, the public authority exception. Why don't we read the quotes? This is from the leading treatise or whatever. Deeds which otherwise would be criminal, such as taking or destroying property, taking hold of a person by force and against his will, placing him in confinement, or even taking his life, are not crimes if done with proper public authority. The Model Penal Code says the same thing. If conduct is required or authorized by the law, or the law governing the armed services or the lawful conduct of war, or any other provision of law imposing a public duty, it's not a crime. And similar other stuff. The question of a public authority justification is much more frequently litigated in cases where a private party charged with a crime interposes the defense that he relied upon authority that a public official allegedly conferred upon him to engage in the challenged conduct. We do not address such cases in this memorandum, in which our discussion of the public authority justification is limited to the question of whether a particular criminal law applies to the specific conduct undertaken by government agencies pursuant to their authorities. So this seems more like the what was being talked about by that one commentator. Cool. The public authority justification does not excuse all conduct of public officials from all criminal prohibitions. the legislature may design some criminal prohibitions to place bounds on the kinds of governmental conduct that can be authorized by the executive, according to the Obama administration. Or the legislature may enact a criminal prohibition in order to limit the scope of the conduct the legislature has otherwise authorized the executive to take. But the recognition that a federal criminal statute may incorporate the public authority justification reflects the fact that it would not make sense to attribute to Congress the intent with respect to each of its criminal statutes to prohibit all covered activities undertaken by public officials in the legitimate exercise of their otherwise lawful authorities, even if Congress has clearly intended to make those same actions a crime when committed by persons who are not acting pursuant to such public authority. In some instances, therefore, the better view of a criminal prohibition may well be that Congress meant to distinguish those persons who are acting pursuant to public authority, at least in some circumstances, from those who are not, even if the statute by terms does not make the distinction express. Right? Like if you have a tax man taking your money from your bank account, the same action that would be criminal is not if done by pursuant to public authority. Here we consider a federal murder statute, but there's no general bar to applying the public authority justification to such a criminal prohibition. For example, with respect to prohibitions on the unlawful use of deadly force, the Model Penal Code recommended that legislatures should make the public authority or public duty justification available, though only where the use of such force is covered by a more particular justification, such as defense of others or the use of deadly force by law enforcement. That's self-defense, right? It's a form of justification. So if you go to the trial of Derek Chauvin, they had one of the big issues, in addition to causation in that case, whether or not fentanyl killed him as opposed to the hold, is whether or not he was justified in using that force. And that can be under both like self-defense of oneself or defense of others. Other states do other things. They construe it more differently. There's, however, no federal statute that is analogous and that provide any express guidance as to the existence or scope of the justification. Against this backdrop, we believe that the touchstone for this analysis of whether Section 119 incorporates not only justification generally, but the public authority justification in particular is the intent underlying the criminal statute. We conclude the statute should be read to exclude from its prohibitory scope killings that are encompassed by traditional justifications, which include public authority justification. There are no indications that Congress had a contrary intent. Nothing in the text or legislative history of the sections suggests that Congress intended to exclude the established public authority justification, nor is there anything in the text or legislative history to suggest that Congress intended to abrogate or otherwise affect the availability under that statute of this traditional justification for killings. On the contrary, the relevant legislative materials indicate that the enacting Congress was merely closing a gap in the field when dealing with different kinds of conduct. And we have some legislative history that the origin of this bill was entitled the Murder of U.S. Nationals Act of 1991, which Senator Thurmond introduced in the 102nd Congress in response to the murder of an American in South Korea. Shortly after the murder, another American teacher at the school accused a former colleague of having committed the murder and also confessed to helping the former colleague cover up the crime. The teacher who confessed was convicted in South Korean court of destroying evidence and aiding the escape of a criminal suspect, but the individual she accused of murder had returned to the United States before the confession. The U.S. did not have an extradition treaty with South Korea that would have facilitated prosecution of the alleged murderer, and therefore, under the then existing law, the federal government had no jurisdiction to prosecute a person residing in the United States who had murdered an American abroad, except in limited circumstances such as terrorist murder or the murder of a federal official. That seems fucked up. So since, until 91, got the situation, right? Until 1991, or at least for some period of time in the 20th century, you could go abroad as an American, kill another American, and if you make it back to America and there's no extradition treaty or with that other country, America couldn't do shit to you. Right? So just take someone that you want to kill to a different country where they either don't have a desire to prosecute you, don't have the resources to prosecute, or there's no extradition treaty. Kill them, brag about it, go to America, and they can't do shit about you. Pretty funny, huh? I wonder what happened there. I'm just going to Google real quick while you guys chill. The Murder of U.S. Nationals Act of 1991. Pretty funny. What happened? Korean murderer. I'll find it later. But I do want to follow up. What happened to this dude? To close the loophole under federal law, which permits persons who murder Americans in certain foreign countries to go punished, the Thurman bill would have added a new section, which is what we're talking about. In the 103rd Congress, a revised version was added as part of the crime bill. Our favorite crime bill. Is this the crime bill? What's the Joe Biden crime bill? Oh, it is. This is it. This is part of the Biden crime bill. The new legislation differed from the previous bill in two key respects. First, it prescribed criminal jurisdiction only where both the perpetrator and the victim were U.S. nationals, whereas the original bill would have extended jurisdiction to all instances in which the victim was a U.S. national, based on so-called passive personality jurisdiction. Oh, so if you're anyone who kills a U.S. citizen abroad, we have jurisdiction. They didn't include that. So you have to be a U.S. national. Interesting. So could a green card holder take you to one of these places, kill you, you're a U.S. citizen, and nothing to be done? But maybe if they're planning to do it in America, you get me? If they plan to do it in America, you can get them for the conspiracy or whatever you're doing here. If you're like planning it here or something. Maybe. We'll see. Congress enacted the revised legislation as part of the crime bill. Thus, this section was designed to close the jurisdictional loophole exposed by a murder that had been committed abroad by a private individual to ensure the possibility of prosecuting U.S. nationals who murdered other U.S. nationals in certain foreign countries that lacked the ability to lawfully secure the perpetrator's appearance at trial. This loophole had nothing to do with the conduct of an authorized military operation or the sort of CIA counterterrorism operation contemplated here. Indeed, prior to the enactment, the only federal statute expressly making it a crime to kill U.S. nationals abroad, at least outside the special and maritime jurisdiction of the United States, reflected what appears to be a particular concern with protection of Americans from terrorist attacks. See, now I'm wondering. Let's say that Hegseth is ordering the death of people from Washington, D.C. in international waters. Well, let's see how special maritime jurisdiction is defined in special. The term special maritime and territorial jurisdiction of the United States, as used in this title, includes the high seas, any other waters, within the admiralty and maritime jurisdiction of the United States and out of the jurisdiction of any particular state, and any vessel belonging in whole or in part to the United States or any citizen thereof, or to any corporation created by or under the laws of the United States. So this would be the high seas, right? What does the term the high seas mean? The high seas meaning the open ocean, especially that which is not within the territorial waters. Okay. So I was worried for a second that I was calling Pete Hegseth a murderer, but maybe there isn't a statute that applies. But if the high seas, right? Two things I would say to that. That the special maritime jurisdiction, whatever this phrase is, the special and maritime jurisdiction of the United States, this explicitly includes the high seas, right? And so we're covered in that there's a murder statute that applies to the high seas. But also, if Hegseth is planning the murder from DC, maybe I don't know what the situs is of the murder. surely if you are planning a murder in a particular place and all of the, the go code happens in DC, where doesn't the murder occur in multiple places? I don't know. But in any event, it looks like the high seas is covered by our special maritime jurisdiction, which would make it covered by 18 USC section 7. And then the murder statute that 18 USC section 1111. Within the special maritime and territorial jurisdiction of the United States, whoever is guilty of murder in the first degree shall be punished by death or life. Yeah, so we have the high seas. They were doing strikes in the high seas, and so it's covered. Awesome. And this analysis should also apply to that, because we're just going to incorporate all the public authority exceptions to everything here. And it includes 1111, right? 1111. Awesome. Makes sense. It therefore would be anomalous to now read 1119 as closing the limited jurisdictional gap as having been intended to jettison important applications of established public authority justification, right? So like we should not intend, we shouldn't think that this law was trying to destroy the common law defenses that existed. It was just intended to cover this gap. It is true that here the target of the contemplated operation would be a U.S. citizen, but we do not believe that Alawaki's citizenship provides a basis for concluding that the section would fail to incorporate the public authority justification for a killing. I agree, right? It doesn't make sense if the public authority exception in any respect can be applied to citizens, which it can be, then why would it be different abroad? The question is the basis for the public authority and whether that's the analysis. As we have explained, 1119 incorporates the federal murder and manslaughter statutes, and that its prohibition extends only to unlawful killings, a category that was intended to exclude from all the evidence of legislative intent we can find only those killings that may not be permissible in light of traditional justification. At the time the predecessor statutes were enacted, it was understood that killings undertaken with the public authority justification were not unlawful because they were justified. There is no indication that because 1119 prescribes the unlawful killing broads of U.S. nationals, it silently incorporates all justifications for killings except the public authority justification. That makes complete sense to me. And I really do think that you have to buy this, at least this part. That it cannot be the case that the public authority justifications go away in the context of U.S. citizens, or that this statute, which applies to citizens, doesn't incorporate them. Given that this section incorporates the public authority justification, we must analyze whether the contemplated operations would be encompassed by that justification. So they're analyzing now, under the public authority justification, would it be in fact justified? In particular, we must analyze whether that justification would apply even though the target is a U.S. citizen. We conclude that it would, a conclusion that depends in part on our determination that each operation would accord with any potential constitutional protection of the United States citizen in these circumstances. In reaching this conclusion, we do not address other cases or circumstances. We emphasize the sufficiency of the facts that have been presented to us here without determining whether it would be necessary to the conclusion. And they only address these grounds, not any other grounds. We begin with the contemplated DOD operation. We need not attempt to identify the minimum conditions that might establish a public authority justification for that operation. In light of the combination of circumstances that we understand would be present, and which we describe below, we conclude that the justification would be what would be available because the operation would constitute the lawful conduct of war, a well-established variant of the public authority justification. As one authority has explained by example, if a soldier intentionally kills an enemy combatant in time of war and within the rules of warfare, he is not guilty of murder. Whereas, for example, if that soldier intentionally kills a prisoner of war, a violation of the laws of war, then he commits murder. So this is why, it's super important, I think, the technical reading here. So understand this. Number one, it's murder because the public authority exception does not apply. And therefore, it's unlawful. And because it's unlawful, it is a killing with malice aforethought, right? So the extinguishing of the unlawfulness of it, right? Getting rid of the purported rationale makes it so every other element very cleanly passes. This is with respect to the Pete Hegseth bombings, right? Of the boats. But even assume, right? Like even assume that there's a war crime, that there's a war, right? Even assume that we're operating in the context of a war, which you should not grant. But if that were the case, if you violate the rules of war, a violation of the laws of war, right? You no longer are operating within the public authority exception that a war would grant you. And therefore, it is now an unlawful killing. So the law is in some sense defining the scope of the murder, or whether it's murder or not, is this public authority justification. And even if you accept that there's a war going on here, you need not accept that this is not murder. So you have like an argument one, which is not a war, no public authority, murder, right? And then you have argument two, which is yes, war, but war crime, therefore no public authority, therefore murder. Got it? So these are your two arguments. If you're in these debates, you first say not a war, no justification. We're not talking about ethical justification, right? We're not talking about ethical justification. That's what you have to be very clear about. That justification, justification is the broader category, right? Then it goes to public authority is the type of justification, right? There could be other kinds of justification. There could be self-defense as a justification. There could be some other unlisted, maybe this estoppel thing that this person brought up could be a type of justification. So, and that's as part of the definition of murder requiring an unlawful killing. But we're not talking here from justification about ethical justification. So when someone says, I think it's justified to kill drug dealers, they're not using the same sense of justification that we are. We're talking about justification in the sense of legal justification, not in terms of whether or not you think it's morally justified. Right? Don't confuse the question of whether these strikes constitute murder with the question of whether it's ethically justified to do a murder in this case or to do this. They're different questions. So when you use terms like justification, there's no justification for it. And someone's like, what do you mean? These people are killing millions of people every year with fentanyl. Every year we have to repopulate 100 million people because they're all getting killed by fentanyl. You just say, oh no, when I say justified, I'm not talking about ethical. I'm saying just legally. There's no legal justification. And these are your two arguments. The first is that it's not a war, so there's no public authority for this conduct, therefore murder. And if you accept, this is like, fine. Even if you want to say that this would be a war, we have a war crime in the double strike, right? And potentially other stuff too. Therefore, no public authority, therefore murder. Okay. That it is legal to kill an alien enemy in the heat and exercise of war is undeniable, but to kill such an enemy after he laid down his arms, and especially when he is confined in prison, is murder. You guys ever watched that Game of Thrones? Murder is a crime. They were boys. It's like that. Moreover, without invoking the public authority justification by terms, our office has relied on the same notion in an opinion addressing the intended scope of federal criminal statute that concerned the use of possible lethal force, concluding that the Aircraft Sabotage Act, which prohibits the willful destruction of a civilian aircraft and otherwise applies to U.S. government conduct, should not be construed to have the surprising and almost certainly unintended effect of criminalizing actions by military personnel that are lawful under international law and the laws of armed conflict. You just have to think of it a scenario where we have the two towers, right? And we know the plane is coming to go hit the two towers. I don't know why this is doing that. And George Bush makes the tough decision of, let's shoot this plane down before it hits the two towers. There you might say, well, we've just been attacked. This is the rules of war. And now we're going to apply the... Thank you so much for the super chat. I'm thinking a bit career switch. Been working geospatial for 15 years, and I have a shot to get into a T14 law school. Been an LSAT. Thinking about going assistant U.S. attorney. Should I do it? Well, I would say go for it. If you want to practice law, be a lawyer. Don't be a lawyer if you don't want to practice law. That's a recommendation I have. Not that I know from any experience. But and if you get a T14, great. Yeah, kill it on the LSAT. Here's the thing, though. I would never want to be working for the government right now. Now, I understand that it's a long way away before you technically you think you'd be a lawyer, but very quickly after, like during law school, in the first year, if you're applying to like firms and stuff, that's happening. I think for DOJ honors, if they're still doing the program, that's like second or third year. So it creeps up fast. A lot of firms hire like right out of 1L, 2L, and even the DOJ, they start to have clinics and stuff and all this. So if you're thinking about public interest, you're not going to be done with the Trump stuff and the bullshit for a while. And so just be aware that that's going on. I'm not saying that you're, as like a DOJ person, that you're necessarily going to be doing fucking horrible shit, but that is a reason why people are fucking morale is low or whatever at the department, or so I hear. So I would just suggest maybe having a plan B when it comes to what you want to do. But thank you so much for the super chat. In applying this variant of the public authority justification to the contemplated DoD operation, we note as an initial matter that DoD would undertake the operation pursuant to executive war powers that Congress has expressly authorized. See Youngstown, where when the president acts pursuant to an express or implied authorization, his authority is at its maximum, for it includes all that he possesses and all his own rights that Congress can delegate. So this is why people say, like, why does the congressional approval thing matter? Well, it matters on the big law. If you get to a T14 and you do decently 1L, then these are like big law factories. Jen, I just recommend this because some people go to law school. I actually met some people in law school who were like this. Not because it's always illegitimate to get a law degree and not practice law. I'm not saying that. It's just like there were more people than I expected who did that, who like, I'm just going to become a lawyer because, I don't know, my family wants it, like me to do it, or I just think it'd be cool. Like that always shocked me. And you can never guarantee like a decent income for an expensive degree that you can't guarantee that the non-practicing law paths are like at your disposal. That makes sense? I'm not saying that path is illegitimate. I'm just saying in general, I think people should want to practice law if they're going to get a degree to go practice law. It's a professional degree. I know it's a Juris Doctor or whatever, but like it's designed for a profession. And I think that in general, unless you have some super sick gig that they really want you to have a law degree for some reason, or if you have a lot of disposable cash, you're just very interested, or some kind of esoteric situation, or there's a really narrow thing that you want to do where it makes sense. I don't know that it's necessary. But that's just my general feeling. Because it's just expensive. That's why I say it. But some people, there were people who were getting a law degree because that's what their family wanted them to do. And for like no other reason. And they're like, I don't want to be I don't want to be a lawyer, and like they're not even going to take the bar. Like that, such people did exist, and I was like, more power to you. They're like busting your ass to do really, really well, and you don't even want to practice. No, I'm kind of doing this stuff right now, but I don't know if I knew that I wanted to do this, would I have gone to law school? I'm not sure. I think it does help me out, and like, because everything I'm doing, there's very much like a legal bent to it. So I wouldn't be the person I am, and I even really like practice. It's not that I didn't like practice. It's just that I don't know if you had said, go get a law degree, but you're not going to practice law, that I would have done that. Had I been given the choice back in the day. But there were certain people for whom that they were like, yeah, going to law school. I have no interest in actually being a lawyer. I'm like, what the fuck? It's crazy. By authorizing the use of force against organizations that planned, authorized, and committed the September 11th attacks, Congress clearly authorized the president's use of necessary and appropriate force against al-Qaeda forces, because al-Qaeda carried out September 11th attacks, the AUMF. So Congress clearly, right, authorized the president to use necessary and appropriate force against al-Qaeda specifically. And who is this person, right? This person is a member of al-Qaeda. So the congressional authorization here is relevant to the public authority justification. So don't get confused about the technicality thing here. It's really important, I think, to, again, take a step back about why we're talking about congressional authorization. Because it kind of seems like a pivot when you're like, but Congress authorized this in this case, and they didn't authorize it over here. And people are like, well, so why does that matter? Well, it matters because it's relevant to a plausible argument under the public authority rationale. That if Congress authorized military action of a particular kind, it's a better argument that you're currently in war against these people, and that the rules of war would offer a public authority rationale. If Congress had not authorized military strikes against al-Qaeda or their affiliates, then likewise the argument is weaker, because there's no authority to seek out these strikes, because maybe the strikes themselves are illegal, and therefore the killings that follow on. I mean, it's all kind of the same thing. It's a little bit circular there, but the Congress authorization is relevant to the public authority analysis. And here we have, didn't they classify Antifa as a terrorist organization? Again, that's the administration. This is the administration. Like, what is this document we're reading? This is the administration trying to justify a certain action or determine the legality for itself. But they're citing not itself. And so the mere determination by the executive branch, I think, ought not carry the same way as a congressional authorization. They're citing the congressional authorization as part of their public authority justification, grounding their actions in the law, not just in their own determinations as to who's a foreign terrorist organization. See AUMF from 2001, providing that the president may use all necessary and appropriate forces against those nations, organizations, or persons he determines planned, authorized, committed, or aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on September 11, 2001, or harbor such organizations or persons in order to prevent any future acts of international terrorism against the United States by such nations, organizations, or persons. So here we have Al-Qaeda, right? President determines Al-Qaeda did this, and you may use all necessary and appropriate force against Al-Qaeda. And as we have explained, supra, a decision maker could reasonably conclude that this leader of ACAP forces is part of Al-Qaeda forces. Alternatively, as we have further explained, supra, the AUMF applies with respect to forces associated with Al-Qaeda that are engaged in hostilities against the United States or its coalition partners, and a decision maker could reasonably conclude that the ACAP forces of which al-Awlaki is a leader are associated with Al-Qaeda for purposes of the AUMF. On either view, DoD would carry out its contemplated operation against a leader of an organization that is within the scope of the AUMF, and therefore DoD would in that respect be operating in accord with the grant of statutory authority. So this is, now there's a separate question here, the due process question, the DP. Sorry, stop. The DP question, separate from this authorization. You could also think, and what people have thought is like, well, okay, but what about due process? What about due process of law? Well, you don't always get due process of law in certain exigent circumstances, right? If the cops see you, with a gun raised to the head of, some hostage, and there's an imminent danger, they can take the shot. They don't have to go to a court for that stuff. There are situations in which the scope of due process, not that it isn't operative, but it just, in certain circumstances, can't apply to give you the kind of thing that you would want if it were possible. That is, a trial and a conviction and determinations of fact before a neutral arbiter. Compare those kind of exigent circumstances, which in the operation of war, it's very difficult to contemplate a search and rescue operation, that kind of thing, or like to seize them in the middle of Yemen for arrest in that moment. Not clear the due process clause requires in those contexts an attempted arrest. Maybe arrest needs to be futile, or you're unable to do it or something. But that's a kind of a separate issue. If Al-Awlaki showed up at a U.S. airport, I'm not suggesting, and I don't think any of this should be read to suggest that in that circumstance, the Border Patrol can just shoot him in the head, or some person acting under military authorities. I still think the due process clause matters, and that's an additional layer here, as well as the rules of war. Based upon the facts represented to us, moreover, the target of the contemplated operation has engaged in conduct as part of that organization that brings him within the scope of the AUMF. High-level government officials have concluded on the basis of Al-Awlaki's activities in Yemen that Al-Awlaki is a leader of ACAP, whose activities in Yemen pose a continued and imminent threat of violence to the United States persons and interests. Indeed, the facts represented to us indicate that Al-Awlaki has been involved through his operational and leadership roles with ACAP in an abortive attack on the United States and continues to plot attacks intended to kill Americans from his base of operations in Yemen. The contemplated DoD operation, therefore, would be carried out against someone who is within the core of individuals against whom Congress has authorized the use of necessary and appropriate force. Al-Awlaki is a U.S. citizen, however, and so we must also consider whether his citizenship precludes the AUMF from serving as a source of lawful authority for the contemplated DoD operation. There is no precedent directly addressing the question in circumstances such as those present here, but the Supreme Court has recognized that because military detention of enemy forces is by universal agreement and practice an important incident of war, the AUMF authorized the president to detain a member of the Taliban forces who was captured abroad in an armed conflict against the United States on a traditional battlefield. Let's read this footnote. C. Hamley, construing the AUMF to reach individuals who function or participated within the command structure of Al-Qaeda. Several of the Guantanamo habeas petitioners, as well as some commentators, have argued that in non-international conflict of this sort, the laws of war and or the AUMF do not permit the United States to treat persons who are part of Al-Qaeda as analogous to members of an enemy's armed forces in a traditional international armed conflict, but the United States instead must treat all such persons as civilians, which they contend would permit targeting those persons only when they are directly participating in hostilities. Primarily for the reasons that Judge Walton comprehensively examined in the Grebbie case, we do not think that this is the proper understanding of the laws of war in a non-international armed conflicts, or of Congress's authorization under the AUMF. Okay, so this is some additional reading we should do. Is about whether or not in non-international conflicts, what do the rules of war suggest? And I have an international law textbook that I haven't read yet. I kind of want to get into it. I'm a little scared. It's not my area of knowledge, but it should be interesting. Officially pardoned the Honduran ex-president, the drug trafficker. Interesting. In addition, the court held in Hamdi that the authorization applied even though the Taliban member in question was a U.S. citizen. Furthermore, lower federal courts have relied on Hamdi to conclude the AMF authorized the DoD to detain individuals who are part of al-Qaeda even if they are apprehended and transferred to U.S. custody while not on a traditional battlefield. In light of these precedents, we believe the AMF's authority to use lethal force abroad also may apply in appropriate circumstances to a U.S. citizen who is part of the forces of an enemy organization within the scope of force authorization. The use of lethal force against such enemies like military detention is an important incident of war. Right? The logic being, if we can militarily detain U.S. citizen according to the laws of war as an incident of war, why wouldn't we be able to use the other incidents of war as against U.S. citizens in the areas in which they arise and in the context in which they arise? And thus, just as an AUMF authorizes military detention of a U.S. citizen abroad who is part of an armed force within the scope of the AMF, it also authorizes the use of necessary and appropriate lethal forces against a U.S. citizen who has joined such an armed force. Armed force, right? Moreover, as we explained further in Part 6, the DoD would conduct the operation in a manner that would not violate any possible constitutional protections that al-Awlaki enjoys by reason of his citizenship. Accordingly, we do not believe al-Awlaki's citizenship provides a basis for concluding that he is immune from the force. So understand the analytically separate question of, does the AUMF authorize use of force against potentially sometimes U.S. citizens? Separate question from, would this operation violate his constitutional rights? It might seem like the same thing, but they're analytically different. What does the AUMF and the rules of war allow for? That's one, right? And then two is the constitutional issue. So I'm glad that I forgot that they separated it like that. But it is, they are separate. But they haven't addressed his individual rights yet. They've just addressed whether or not the government has the authority, the power to do it, not whether or not his individual rights protect him from it. In determining whether the contemplated DoD operation would constitute a lawful conduct of war, we next consider whether that operation would comply with international law rules to which it would be subject, a question that also bears on whether the operation would be authorized by the AUMF. In other words, right, like, we haven't, as America, ratified all the international law. We're not a party to the ICC treaty. I'm not sure. I'm not a fucking expert or even remotely knowledgeable about international law. But what this is saying is, we understand Congress to incorporate international law concepts at certain times. The AUMF, according to this DC Circuit, should be construed, if possible, as consistent with international law. An act of Congress ought never be construed to violate the law of nations if any other possible construction remains. So it's not saying that international law is binding, right? If no other construction remains, U.S. law supersedes, and we're not doubting that, but that in general we assume compliance with international law, and it's relevant to what Congress authorized, and therefore to the availability of the public authority exception, and therefore whether or not there's justification, therefore whether it's murder. That this is all part of getting to the murder. So it helps really when you get those building blocks. Based on the combination of facts presented to us, we conclude the DoD would carry out its operation as part of the non-international armed conflict between U.S. and al-Qaeda, and that on those facts, the operation would comply with international law so long as the DoD would conduct it in accordance with the laws of war that govern targeting in such a conflict. In Hamdan versus Rumsfeld, the Supreme Court held that the United States is engaged in a non-international armed conflict with al-Qaeda. In so holding, the court rejected the argument that non-international armed conflicts are limited to civil wars and other internal conflicts between a state and an internal non-state armed group that are confined to the territory of the state itself. It held instead that a conflict between a transnational non-state actor and a nation occurring outside the nation's territory is an armed conflict not of an international character because it is not a clash between nations. Here, unlike in Hamdan, the contemplated DoD operation would occur in Yemen, a location that is far from the most active theater of the combat between the United States and al-Qaeda. That does not affect our conclusion, however, that the combination of facts present here would make the DoD operation in Yemen part of the non-international armed conflict with al-Qaeda. To be sure, Hamdan did not directly address the geographic scope of the non-international armed conflict between U.S. and al-Qaeda that the court recognized, other than to implicitly hold that it extended to Afghanistan, where Hamdan was apprehended. The court did, however, specifically reject, thank you so much, just got an alert from the organizers of the conference I'm going to later this month informing us about the fucking CBP and ICE presence in the city the conference is in. That's wonderful. Glad to hear it. It's what you voted for. Hell's Advocate. It's what you voted for. Don't you love it when all the coat memes? This is what I voted for. I voted for this. Madge, I did not. I know. The court did, however, specifically reject the argument that non-international armed conflicts are necessarily limited to internal conflicts. The common Article 3 term, conflict not of an international character, the court explained, bears its literal meaning, namely that it is a conflict that does not involve a clash between nations. The court referenced the statement in the 1949 ICRC commentary on the additional protocols to the Geneva Convention that a non-international armed conflict is distinct from an international armed conflict because of the legal status of the entities opposing each other. The court explained that this interpretation, that the nature of the conflict depends, at least in part, on the status of the parties rather than simply on the locations in which they fight, in turn accords with the views expressed in the commentaries to the Geneva Convention that the scope of application of Common Article 3, which establishes basic protections that govern conflicts not of an international character, must be as wide as possible. We think it is noteworthy that the AUMF itself does not set forth an express geographic limitation on the use of force it authorizes, and that nearly a decade after its enactment, none of the three branches of the United States government has identified a strict geographical limit on the permissible scope of the authority the AUMF confers on the president. That's one of the criticisms, but it is notable. Invoking the principle that for purposes of international law, an armed conflict generally exists only where there is protracted armed violence between governmental authorities and armed groups, some commentators have suggested that the conflict between the United States and al-Qaeda cannot extend to nations outside Afghanistan in which the level of hostilities is less intense or prolonged than in Afghanistan itself. There is little judicial or other authoritative precedent that speaks directly to the question of the geographic scope of a non-international armed conflict in which one of the parties is a transnational non-state actor and where the principal theater of operations is not within the territory of the nation that is a party to the conflict. Thus, in considering the issue, we must look to principles and statements from analogous contexts, recognizing that they were articulated without consideration of the particular factual circumstances on the sort of conflict at issue here. In looking for such guidance, we have not come across any authority for the proposition that when one of the parties to an armed conflict plans and executes operations from a base in a new nation, an operation to engage the enemy in that location can never be part of the original armed conflict, and thus subject to the laws of war governing that conflict, unless and until the hostilities become sufficiently intensive and protracted within that new location. That does not appear to be the rule or the historical practice, for instance, in a traditional international conflict. Nor do we see any obvious reason why that more categorical nation-specific rule should govern in analogous circumstances in this sort of non-international armed conflict. Rather, we think the determination of whether a particular operation would be part of an ongoing armed conflict for purposes of international law requires consideration of the particular facts and circumstances present in each case. Such an inquiry may be particularly appropriate in a conflict of the sort here, given that the parties to it include transnational non-state organizations that are dispersed and that thus may have no single site serving as the base of operations. We also find some support for this view in the argument the United States made to the International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia. This is like the ad hoc tribunal, I think, they made for whatever, the Serbia stuff, right? To be sure, the United States was there confronting a question and a conflict quite distinct from those which we address here. Nonetheless, in that case, the United States argued that determining which body of humanitarian law applies in a particular conflict, the conflict must be considered as a whole, and that it is artificial and inappropriate to attempt to divide it into isolated segments, either geographically or chronologically, in an attempt to exclude the application of the relevant rules. Likewise, the court in Tahdig, although not addressing a conflict that was transnational in the way the U.S. conflict with al-Qaeda is, also concluded that although the definition of armed conflict varies depending on whether the hostilities are international or internal, the scope of both internal and international armed conflict extends beyond the exact time and place of hostilities. So these are the kinds of things that I would try to bring to bear on any assertion that we are in an armed conflict with these drug cartels. That is, in what sense have the drug cartels attacked us with arms? Now, I guess we have now attacked them, so there's armed hostilities to think that like we're attacking them. But I don't think that there's an armed conflict of them attacking us. there have been violations of, American law, no doubt, but like military attacks, armed conflict attacks, no way. Not like Al-Qaeda was doing. Although the basic approach that the United States proposed in Tahdig and that the ICTY may be understood to have endorsed was advanced within the current conflict without the current conflict between the U.S. and Al-Qaeda in view, that approach reflected a concern with ensuring that the laws of war should be given an appropriate application. And that same consideration, reflected in Hamdan itself, suggests a further reason for skepticism about an approach that would categorically deny that an operation is part of an armed conflict absent a specified level and intensity of hostilities in the particular location where it occurs. Devil's argument, drugs are chemical weapons. I mean, that's the cope, right? For present purposes, in applying the more context-specific approach to determining whether an operation would take place within the scope of a particular armed conflict, it is sufficient that the facts as they have been represented to us here, in combination, support the judgment that the DoD's operation in Yemen would be conducted as part of the non-international armed conflict between the United States and Al-Qaeda. This, I think, would also support, like, if you knew that some foreign enemy that you had, like let's say the Germans, right? The Germans send this telegram, the Zimmerman telegram, to Mexico, being like, "Hey, would you be open to possibly like invading America with us and recapturing Texas and shit?" And that if there was like a German splinter cell in Mexico operating in a state of war, let's say that was later declared between America and Germany, the Empire of Germany, would we not be able to take? And we had this kind of technology. And putting aside the question of Mexican sovereignty, would we have authorization, or would that even be an armed conflict to apply in the German-American context if they're like in Mexico or something? I don't see why it wouldn't. I don't really understand why it wouldn't. There might be a separate question about whether you're like violating some international law with respect to Mexico, but that's not what I think we're looking at right here. And maybe like, there's a question of like whether Yemen, their airspace is being violated, their sovereignty, whatever. But separate about whether this constitutes an armed conflict, right? Just because you're not in the specific place where the shit's going down the hardest. Specifically, DoD proposes to target a leader of ACAP, an organized enemy force that is either a component of Al-Qaeda or that is a co-belligerent of that central party to the conflict and engaged in hostilities against the United States as part of the same comprehensive armed conflict, in league with the principal enemy. Moreover, DoD would conduct the operation in Yemen, where, according to the facts related to us, ACAP has a significant organized presence, and from which ACAP is conducting terrorist training in an organized manner and has executed and is planning to execute attacks against the United States. Finally, the targeted individual himself, on behalf of that force, is continuously planning attacks from that Yemeni base of operations against the United States as the conflict with Al-Qaeda continues. Taken together, these facts support the conclusion that the DoD operation would be part of the non-international armed conflict the court recognized in Hamdan. That is the Supreme Court. There remains the question whether DoD would conduct its operation in accord with the rules governing targeting in a non-international armed conflict, namely international humanitarian law, commonly known as the laws of war. The 1949 Geneva Convention, to which the United States is a party, do not themselves directly impose extensive restrictions on the conduct of a non-international armed conflict, with the principal exception of Common Article 3. But the norms specifically described in those treaties are not exclusive, and the laws and customs of war also impose limitations on the conduct of participants in non-international armed conflict. In particular, the fundamental rules and intransgressible principles of international customary law, which apply to all armed conflicts, include the four fundamental principles that are inherent to all targeting decisions, namely military necessity, humanity, the avoidance of unnecessary suffering, proportionality, and distinction. Such fundamental rules also include those listed in the Annex of the Fourth Hague Convention, Article 23 of which make it especially forbidden to kill or wound treacherously, refuse surrender, declare a denial of quarter, or cause unnecessary suffering. See Hexeth, right? So even in this OLC opinion, they're making distinctions about where and how the rules of war would be violated. So you see the kind of, again, the structure we're talking about here is first to deny that there even is an armed conflict to which the rules of war can apply and to which this is being addressed, right? In what sense are we in an authorized armed conflict with these narco-terrorists In what sense are we in an armed conflict at all, whether or not it's authorized by Congress? And in what sense are we adhering to the rules of non-state international conflict, even if this were an armed conflict, let alone one that's authorized by Congress? So you kind of see every level at which you can dispute where the Trump people are coming from. DOD represents that it would conduct its operation against al-Awlaki in compliance with those fundamental law of war norms. It is DOD policy that members of DOD components comply with the law of war at all times. In particular, the targeted nature of the operation would help to ensure that it would comply with the principle of distinction. And DOD has represented to us that it would make every effort to minimize civilian casualties, and that the officer who launches the ordinance would be required to abort a strike if he or she concludes that civilian casualties will be disproportionate, or that such a strike will in any respect violate the laws of war. Moreover, although DOD would specifically target al-Awlaki and would do so without any advance warning, such characteristics of the contemplated operation would not violate the laws of war, in particular would not cause the operation to violate the prohibitions on treachery and perfidy, which are addressed to conduct involving a breach of confidence by the assailant. It's forbidden to kill or wound treacherously, like with poison and shit, I'm guessing, right? Inviting the confidence of the adversary with intent to betray that confidence, feigning a desire to negotiate, feigning incapacitation, feigning non-combatant status. These prohibitions do not categorically preclude the use of stealth or surprise, nor forbid military attacks on identified individual soldiers or officers. And we are not aware of any other law of war ground precluding the use of such tactics. Relatedly, there is no, so they're analyzing the different ways in which this might violate international law. Relatedly, there is no prohibition under the laws of war on the use of technologically advanced weapon systems in armed conflicts, such as pilotless aircraft or so-called smart bombs, as long as they're employed in conformity with the applicable laws of war. In light of all these considerations, we believe the DOD's contemplated operation against al-Awlaki would comply with international law, including the laws of war applicable to this armed conflict, would fall within Congress's authorization to use necessary and appropriate force against al-Qaeda. In consequence, the operation should be understood to constitute the lawful conduct of war and to be encompassed by the public authority justification. Accordingly, the contemplated attack, if conducted, would not result in an unlawful killing. It would not violate Section 119B. And because it's so understand it, right? Because it's in accordance with Congress, because it's in accordance with international law, it is public authority exception. Because it's the public authority exception, it's justification. Because it's justification, it's not unlawful. Because it's not unlawful, it's not murder. That's the structure of it. And once more, just stressing, you can see at every different point in that you can just carve out what's going on here. Not authorized by Congress. Congress in no sense has authorized this kind of conduct, and we haven't seen it before. It is not in accordance with international law, as this is not an armed conflict. It's not in accordance with international law because you're violating the rules of war in how you're actually engaging it, even if this were. And because of that, it's not public authority exception, not justification. Therefore, it's unlawful. Therefore, it's murder. Does that help? And that is with reference to the strikes on the drug traffickers. We next consider whether the CIA's contemplated operation against al-Awlaki in Yemen would be covered by the public authority justification. We conclude that it would be, and thus that operation too would not result in an unlawful killing. As with our analysis of the contemplated DOD operation, we rely on the sufficiency of the particular factual circumstances. Blah, blah, blah. The CIA stuff is all redact. We explain in part 6 why the Constitution would impose no bar to the CIA's contemplated operation under these circumstances based on the facts as they have been represented. There thus remains the question whether that operation would violate any statutory restrictions, which in turn requires us to consider whether this murder statute would apply to contemplated CIA operation based on the combination of circumstances we understand to be present. It's the same thing. Let's go to the constitutional section if it's there. For similar reasons, we conclude that contemplated DOD and CIA operations would not violate another federal criminal statute dealing with murder 18 U.S.C. 956, the law makes it a crime to conspire within the jurisdiction of the United States to commit at any place outside the United States a murder. So this would also potentially apply to Hegseth and friends, the conspiracy to commit murder statute. Even if you got out of the murder by a technicality because it like occurred somewhere else, you can still hit them with that conspiracy. In the unlikely situation in which these motherfuckers aren't pardoned. For the same reason, they're saying that the conspiracy is covered in all the exceptions. We next consider the potential application of the War Crimes Act, which makes it a federal crime for members of the armed forces or a national of the United States to commit a war crime. So this criminalizes war crimes. Subsection 2441 sub C defines a war crime for purpose of the statute to mean any conduct that is defined as a grave breach in any of the Geneva Conventions, that is prohibited by 4 specified articles in the Fourth Hague Convention, that is a grave breach of Common Article 3 of the Geneva Convention, when committed in the context of and in association with an armed conflict, not of an international character, or that is a willful killing or infliction of serious injury in violation of the protocol on restriction of the use of mines, booby traps, and other devices. Of these, the only subsections potentially applicable here deal with Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions. In defining what constitutes a grave breach of Common Article 3 for purposes of the War Crimes Act, it includes murder, described in pertinent part as the act of a person who intentionally kills or conspires or attempts to kill one or more persons taking no active part in hostilities, including those placed out of combat by sickness, wounds, detention, or any other cause. This language derives from Common Article 3, which prohibits certain acts, including murder, against persons taking no active part in hostilities, including members of armed forces who have laid down their arms, and those placed hors de combat by sickness, wounds, detention, or any other cause. And this would include shipwreck, right? So you can't kill those people. Although Common Article 3 is most commonly applied with respect to persons within a belligerent party's control, such as detainees, the language of the article is not so limited. It protects all persons taking no active part in hostilities, in an armed conflict not of an international character. Whatever might be the outer bounds of this category of covered persons, we do not think it could encompass Alawaki. Common Article 3 does not alter the fundamental law of war principle concerning the belligerent party's right in an armed conflict to target individuals who are part of the enemy's armed forces. The language of Common Article 3 makes clear that members of such armed forces of both the state and non-state parties to the conflict are considered as taking no active part in the hostilities only once they have disengaged from their fighting function, laid down their arms, or are placed hors de combat. Mere suspension of combat is insufficient. Right? This includes the people we talked about. Alawaki is an active, high-level leader of an enemy force who is continually involved in planning and recruiting for terrorist attack activities. Can on that basis fairly be said to be taking an active part in hostilities. Targeting him in the circumstances posited to us would not violate Common Article 3 and therefore would not violate the War Crimes Act. Okay, finally, the constitutional part. We conclude with a discussion of potential constitutional limitations on the contemplated operation due to his status as a U.S. citizen, elaborating upon the reasoning in our earlier memorandum discussing that issue. Although we have explained above why we believe that neither the DoD or CIA operation would violate these various different sections, the fact that Alawaki is a U.S. citizen could raise distinct questions under the Constitution. As we explained in our earlier memorandum, we do not believe that Alawaki's U.S. citizenship imposes constitutional limitations that would preclude the contemplated lethal action under the facts represented to us. Because Alawaki is a U.S. citizen, the Fifth Amendment Due Process Clause, not the 14th, right, because this applies to the federal government, Fifth Amendment Due Process Clause, as well as the Fourth Amendment, unreasonable searches and seizures, use of force is a seizure constitutionally. And this does apply to, so the Due Process Clause almost never applies to foreign nationals abroad. Okay? So we don't give due process to non-U.S. citizens abroad. We do give due process to non-U.S. citizens in the United States, and we do give due process to citizens in the United States. We also give due process to citizens abroad and Fourth Amendment protections. And they likely protect him when he's abroad. In Hamdi, a plurality of the Supreme Court used Matthews v. Eldredge, this is the balancing test for due process, to analyze the Fifth Amendment due process rights of a U.S. citizen captured on the battlefield in Afghanistan and detained in the United States who wished to challenge the government's assertion that he was part of enemy forces, explaining that the process due in any given instance is determined by weighing the private interests that will be affected by the official action against the government's asserted interest including the function involved and the burdens the government would face in providing greater process. We believe similar reasoning supports the constitutionality of the contemplated operation here. As explained above on the facts represented to us, a decision maker could reasonably decide that the threat posed by Alawaki's activities to the United States persons is continued and imminent. In addition to the nature of the threat posed by Alawaki's activities, both agencies here have represented that they intend to capture rather than target Alawaki if feasible. Yet we also understand that an operation by either agency to capture would be infeasible at this time in Yemen. Right? So if it's infeasible to arrest, then why should you have to try if you're justified under the various authorities to actually kill? Although arrest, now you wouldn't, right, if the people were hors de combat. I don't know how to pronounce that. But I've seen this term thrown around a lot recently in the articles I read on the specific bombing, second strike or whatever. See, Israel. Ooh. Compare, CF, Israel Supreme Court sitting as the High Court of Justice. Although arrest, investigation, and trial might actually be particularly practical under the conditions of belligerent occupation, in which the army controls the area in which the operation takes place, such alternatives are not means which can always be used, either because they're impossible or because they involve a great risk to the lives of soldiers. Although in the circumstances of war, as the Hamdi plurality observed, the risk of erroneous deprivation of a citizen's liberty in the absence of sufficient process is very real, the plurality also recognized that the realities of combat render certain uses of force necessary and appropriate, including against U.S. citizens who have become part of enemy forces, and that due process analysis need not blink at those realities. We conclude that at least whereas here, the target's activities pose a continuing and imminent threat of violence or death to U.S. persons, the highest officers in the intelligence community have reviewed the factual basis for the lethal operation, and a capture operation would be infeasible, and where the CIA and DoD continue to monitor whether changed circumstances would permit such an alternative, the realities of combat and the weight of the government's interest in using an authorized means of lethal force against the enemy are such that the Constitution would not recognize the government to provide further process to the U.S. person before using force. The best example of this is Civil War, right? Do you think Lincoln needed to give constitutionally all the members of the Confederacy trials before he ordered them to be killed? That's your go-to if you're arguing this. No, obviously if it's infeasible and if there's a self-standing justification under the rules of war or under the authorization by Congress to engage in armed conflict, then there's not a due process issue. Similarly, assuming that the Fourth Amendment provides some protections to a U.S. person abroad who is part of Al-Qaeda and the operations at issue here result in a seizure, the Supreme Court has made clear that the constitutionality of a seizure is determined by balancing the nature and quality of the intrusion on the government interests. Even in domestic law enforcement operations, the government has noted where the officer has probable cause to believe the suspect poses a threat of serious physical harm, it is not constantly unreasonable to prevent escape by using deadly force. Thus, if the suspect threatens the officer with a weapon, or there is probable cause to believe that he has committed a crime involving the infliction or threatened infliction of serious physical harm, deadly force may be used if necessary to prevent escape, and if, where feasible, some warning has been given. The Fourth Amendment reasonableness test is situation dependent. What would constitute a reasonable use of lethal force for purpose of domestic law enforcement operation will be very different from what would be reasonable in a situation such as that is issue here. In the present circumstances, as we understand the facts, the U.S. citizen in question has gone overseas and become part of the forces of an enemy with which the United States is engaged in an armed conflict. That person is engaged in continual planning and direction of attacks upon U.S. persons from one of the enemy's overseas base of operations. The U.S. government does not know precisely when such attacks will occur, and a capture operation would be infeasible. At least where high-level government officials have determined that a capture operation overseas is infeasible, and the targeted person is part of a dangerous enemy force and is engaged in activities that pose a continued and imminent threat to U.S. persons or interests, the use of lethal force would not violate the Fourth Amendment. And that's the acting Attorney General. Cool. So that was super helpful for me to reread. Been a while, but I'm glad that my intuition on some of this analysis carried through. Anyone who brings up the Obama strikes needs to deal with this structure. That if you're going to accuse Obama of murder, who do you think he murdered? What's the definition of murder that you're working with? And then apply the structure. Just break down what these people are saying who are trying to make the comparison. Assuming they care, right? But I'm assuming you're going to this conversation, if you are, right, like with like a reasonable person maybe who's like, how is this different than this or that? And the core differences are he's not authorized to do this. There is no armed conflict. He's not operating in conformity with the rules of war or international law, which is relevant for U.S. law because U.S. law incorporates these principles, including especially war crimes. And therefore, there is no public authority justification. That there, I think, is a strong case that there was with Alawaki. In fact, I'm just gonna say yes, there was. I believe the attack on Alawaki was legal. I thought it for a while. And that's the distinction. And if you don't, I think you've gone into that other absurdity where U.S. can like barely do anything in response to 9/11. Now, whether they authorize too much, I think that's a separate issue. Whether as a matter of policy, it might make sense to have some kind of other branch weigh in on determination sometimes. I don't have a problem with those arguments or discussions. But the truth is, a lot of these Trumpy people, the conservatives, they don't really care. They obviously don't have a problem with Trump ordering like strikes on different places and killing people with airstrikes. And the fact that they support these strikes indicates that they don't actually believe that Obama should be, unless they're insane, should go to jail for murder for those specific strikes. Clearly, there's a standard. And the question is, what is that standard and who passes? Do both of them pass? Do both of them fail? Okay, any other stuff to talk about? Is Connor streaming right now? Doesn't he stream around this? Oh! Because I really need to, we need a follow-up conversation because my brain is hurting. He is streaming. Bro, you have a question? Are you live? What's your question? If we accept Obama, then we're a hair away from accepting Maduro. No. I don't think that we are. I don't think that we're close to accepting Maduro at all. You just need to apply this, right? Like, are we in an armed conflict with those narco-terrorists? In what sense? We are not. And I please don't tell me that you think that we're in an armed conflict just because one side bombs the other. It's just like the violations of drug trafficking laws aren't armed conflict with the United States. They're not. If Heggs said the admiral ordered the strike and the admiral says Heggs ordered the strike, what happens? I think that nothing, right? Nothing's gonna happen no matter what. I mean, I don't know. It's he said, she said. This is assuming some kind of like process for which it's funneled. Great art. I mean, it's just not an armed conflict. And even if it were, it's not authorized by Congress. Even if it were, it would be an unauthorized conflict. Like, from where does the president derive his authority to just bomb whoever he wants all the time? I don't know where we got this in our head that the president has unilateral control to do strikes without authorization on his own, no matter what, no matter the circumstances. Yeah, I mean, it's true. And what evidence is there that these are belligerents? And also this applies to, this is just for the non-international character, but we're like talking now according to the Trump administration, right? According to Trump, we are talking about narco terrorists, quote unquote, that are being ordered by Maduro. And so it is like a state conflict, which raises even broader concerns. Right? Like on Trump's view, these attacks against these Venezuelan narco traffic people are attacks against Venezuela because they're working at the direction of Maduro. That's his regime's logic. So now we're at the point where, on Trump's logic, Trump can declare war. He already did it against Iran. He can start conflicts with other countries without Congress authorization. It's an untenable situation, and it's one in which you don't have to accept this absurdity, and you don't have to be committed to a situation in which the president can never have authority to use the military to hurt anybody without a fucking trial. It's about using the military force to prevent attacks against the country and preserve national security. Obama said himself he didn't need authorization. Well, but hang on a second. So I don't doubt that there's probably some inherent constitutional authority to prevent, for the president to prevent attacks against the country. There's something there, but that doesn't mean that anything that the president determines is such a thing, right? Like, you could say anything. You could say that, like, that the mere designation by a president that this is an attack makes it such a thing, such that the public authority exception applies. That is what's crazy. Not the notion that there's some executive authority to use military to defend the country. That's not crazy. What's crazy is the notion that gives it force of law and carves out an exception to murder as a legal matter. Hang on, I'm gonna ping this loser Connor, because I think he was having a bad day. That's gonna be my cope. Because if that's his real opinion, then we're in trouble. Yo. I don't think he's pro-murder. I think he's pro... It's just on the conservative stuff. Because I thought about it some more. Pisco doesn't even know guns. He doesn't know power. The opinion he gave was about J.D. Vance and, like, his willingness to vote for J.D. Vance. That he's, like, not... Let's see what this guy's saying. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Hang on.
Who never thought that he would actually have to do anything. That's not exactly an argument against
You got so many super chats.
Schools. Tim, the tool man, Miller,
who ran away from the school.
Oh, he's watching Jubilee. Will I get flagged if I'm watching him watching Jubilee?
Like, one armed guard is not going to do anything. Door locks aren't going to do anything.
I will get flagged, won't I? These motherfuckers, they flag everything. You could have said Ramaswamy. You don't know violence. Wait until it catches up with chat. All right.
Fortresses.
While I wait for Connor to respond, I was thinking more of the good logic discussion yesterday. I am shocked. I guess I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. When I say shocked, I'm just like, I should say outraged that he gets on a stream and claims not to know that Biden denounced the violence. That he gets on a stream and says Well, because Congress, the capital, is a different concept than Washington, D.C., that affects Trump's authority with the National Guard in D.C. And that even though there's no provision of law that says that he needs to have Nancy Pelosi's approval, and notice he said Pelosi, he didn't say McConnell. It's like, these guys are such hacks. That debate was very stupid. Yeah. Chud logic. Do they actually flag it on YouTube? They do, actually. Oh, wait, is it? He did get struck earlier. Yeah, I got struck on like a short where I had a little bit of it in. Here we have someone. 800,000 Venezuelans crossed the border under Biden. Many have killed U.S. citizens in our country. They ship drugs to these people. There's an evolution of war going on here that's just being rejected. It's always an anime fucking profile pic or a Roman statue profile pic. So you can say whatever you want to say about the bad consequences of immigration. One, I question the numbers you provide, but even if true, even let's assume it's 800,000 Venezuelans specifically. But if that's the case, that doesn't make it war. That doesn't make it an armed conflict. You're just changing what words mean. Migration crises aren't armed conflicts. Can we get an acknowledgement of that? That's Saraka from League of Legends. Same shit. You guys try to do this thing where invasion means drug trafficking. The reason these words are being used is specifically to unlock legal authorities, and you guys are falling for it. My neighbor keeps letting their dog poop in my lawn. War. Yeah. Say any societal ill. These Chinese, what would you say? These Chinese like influence campaigns. They're bringing people to China to do this cultural exchange. War. It's cultural warfare, and so we should be allowed to kill Hassan when he's abroad. Not everything bad is war. I don't agree with the drone strikes, but you can't justify Obama and Trump's previous strikes and get met. You literally can, Sock. This is what I'm saying. This is not a policy matter that I'm just like, I'm not saying that I agree with the policy necessarily, though I don't really have a problem with you killing terrorists. Hang on, I think we're gonna talk to Connor, but I just want to get yo, what up, King? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, man?
What's up? Hang on. I'm finishing a point, and then
yeah, I'll mute.
Yeah. So the point, you can hear me, but the point I'm making is you can take an issue with the Obama drone strike for sure, and you can take an issue with some of the military operations. One thing you don't have to say is saying that they had the legal authority to do it means you can't get mad at Trump not having the legal authority to do it now in different circumstances without authority, doing things against people where, the same analysis would lead to a different result. Like, we're setting out a structure. The structure, by the way, that has been set out in this memo, and which I largely agree with, by the way, was done 14 years before these strikes happened in the high seas. So all this is a way of me saying is, no, we're not committed to not criticizing Trump's strikes because there are other strikes that occurred. That's the invitation that Rob Noor wants to give you, where it's like, if there's anything involving classified documents or anything involving like this, a fact pattern where there's even a topic that's similar between them, we have to treat them alike. That's what doesn't make any sense. But hang on, I'm back, Connor. I'm gonna pop you out so people can see you in a sec and put my video on as well. Full screen this. Start virtual cam. Flip the cam. Do this. Do this. Do this. Yo, what up, King?
I don't know, man. Somebody sent me a DM, said you were talking all that crazy shit.
I am. But just give me a second to put you on screen in a sec. We just got to put you on screen. Transition. Boom. Yeah, listen, bro. I'm like a little bit.
You were saying
concerned.
if our allies to the right are going to vote for Republicans, then what kind of allies are they?
Well, that's a little bit of what I'm thinking, but I want to approach the conversation, like a conversation with you, a little differently. I really want to try to reach you. How do I begin? Let me say,
I'm a Democrat now, Pisco.
No, I'm
Guns
not
are
saying that.
bad. Let's increase taxation. Gay people should be able to use strap-ons on each other in the street in broad daylight. You win.
Emotionally, when I hear counterpoints say, I'm going to consider voting for JD Vance, it makes me feel that he's insincere about some of his critiques about Trump. But I don't know you to be like necessarily an insincere person. And so my question is like, can you understand why it makes me think that?
Yeah, because JD Vance is complicit in many of the crimes of Trump.
Yeah. And it makes me think you don't take him seriously, or that you actually even maybe agree with Elon or with some of these tech guys who can't even decide if humanity as a race should exist.
Yeah, that's actually maybe that's where we should go. We should probably go into the tech feudalism thing, because I'll admit one of the things that I didn't chomp down on in our conversation, but I actually think it's a huge gulf between us. You not wanting to colonize the stars or advance technologically or focus on things besides colonizing Earth. I think it's a failure in imagination. It's almost sad to me. Like it's almost sad that you're not interested in that and as a project, and you just view it as a pipe dream.
Let me be very clear then. I desperately want to explore the cosmos, and I desperately want to increase funding for ventures that get us to explore and increase our scientific understanding and get more technology. That absolutely is something that matters to me. What I think is a pipe dream in the next 150 to 1,000 years is the notion of colonizing Mars specifically, not the notion that we should not explore, but and part of that is because of what I understand. I'm not a fucking scientist, but people that I understand and videos I've seen who seem to have a good knowledge of it suggest to me that for reasons related to Mars's atmosphere, its magnetic something, its the availability of radiation, the gravity situation, the lack of water.
Yeah, we don't have to get into the technicals. If you're saying, if what you're saying is there's so many technical challenges to specifically colonizing Mars that it seems like a huge waste of resources when we haven't even figured out how to stably govern our planet.
Yeah,
we should stabilize the governance of our planet, and then we should explore the cosmos and take on all these technological challenges.
From both,
I don't really have a problem with that. That's fine.
From a societal and technological perspective, it's like, have you ever talked to someone who's like, oh, I have this great idea for a business strategy, and oh, great, what is it? And it's like some pie in the sky thing. They don't even have like a business plan yet, and they're all, or something, but they're planning already like every market they're going to be in, or they're planning on like what celebrities are going to be coming to
their rooms covered in fucking beer cans and energy drinks. I know. So
that
guy.
That's how I kind of feel about it. Is it aspirational for me, this notion that we should be a starfaring civilization? I'm a fucking Star Wars nerd. Yeah, I play StarCraft. I fucking love that notion. Even it does capture my imagination and interest. But one thing that like really lowers my donger a little bit is how many broken promises and the manipulation of that imagination that capture attention by people like Elon Musk, who is actually selling people on things that are just not feasible right now, and where I don't think we should take that first step until we clean up our planet, where we can show that we can do it on Earth, and we can't do it on Earth right now. We are one bad economic crisis away from like all of us eating each other and like going back to I'm just saying, we have tons of problems right now on Earth that I think we need to address before we start talking about like going to Mars. But
that's more sober and sane than what I thought it was going to be. So I'm okay with that. As an example, like whenever you look at like futuristic sci-fi or whatever, it's oftentimes dystopian, where there's like an entire underclass that's left behind compared to the people who are actually exploring the stars. And then their suffering and the conflicts that are caused by that suffering causes rebellion that then threatens the high technology society. I think that we could largely get past that if we guaranteed through technology a certain standard of living for the working class or the average like peasant person. Like if the average person had access to food, water, shelter, and also like either guaranteed employment or guaranteed like some level of like guaranteed purpose, access to third spaces, all that kind of stuff, we could get there. And there's other things about like space mining that I would want to talk about, but that's an entirely different conversation. In general, if you just want to say we should stabilize governance on Earth before we spread to the cosmos, then I mean, I think that's how we avoid a lot of problems in the cosmos, is by figuring out governance on Earth first.
Yes, I think that like being on the edges of livable regions can only complicate the issues.
It's like the Expanse. They're having, you think national wars are bad? Imagine wars between different planets, like where people are like flinging asteroid-sized objects at each other that kill millions of people. We should probably figure out how to collaborate as a species before we reach that level of technology, I suppose.
Okay, so if we agree on that, and this is why I want to focus in a different style of asking or getting to the same thing. Can you understand why it makes me upsetty to hear you be like, well, I'm gonna vote for JD for gun reasons?
No. And let's break this down a little bit. So I think we might have talked about this last time, but I'm ready for a struggle session on this line. I was actually watching Tim Miller talk about gun control. The fact that he claimed to be a Republican at some point blows my mind. So I need to talk to some of the Bulwark people. But I want you to I want to ask, what's we talked about this last time in reference to power. So I think that power, to some degree, like we said, is where people believe it is, but force is often, and the willingness to use force is oftentimes what determines who has power. So what do you think about those statements, I suppose?
I'm not sure that I have. I think that theories of power, I'm open to a lot of them. I think that I agree that power is like a subjective term that refers to, a given context, and in the context of humans, it sort of,
it's like capacity, right?
Yeah.
The ability to do.
The ability to do or to actualize, right? So I understand someone having the power to do something as the ability to actualize a given state of affairs or a given situation. So someone with power can actualize the thing that they want to actualize. So for example, Trump he has the power. Now you could have a different lens to it where it's like legal power. That's kind of different than what we're talking about right now. But a facet of your ability to actualize something might be whether the law grants you that recognition, and whether the courts of law are, and the different actors who work in that legal system are able to or willing to do what it takes to defend your right to actualize certain things. But that's what I view power as at a broad level. And yeah, it's referential, and yeah, it's subjective to the desires and appreciations of society.
I want to bring up a specific example, but I want to address something in chat real quick. A Cheeto is a drama YouTuber who came into my chat and said that Food Shops, who I think I don't like on a principled level, said that I abuse my kids. Do I care to comment? Food Shops jerks off to cartoon pictures of children. So I don't think she should be talking about kids in any shape, way, or form. She can fuck off. I can't wait for her to fall out of the Destiny orbit. There's your clip. So anyways, in reference to power. So just as an example, like you're saying that power is context dependent. I understand. I hear you. But when it comes to a character like John Lennon, for instance, so John Lennon had massive cultural power, massive financial wealth, the Beatle, right? The Beatle. So he was huge in culture, made a ton of money, could technically do whatever he wanted. He could have run an NGO. He could have started up anything. He has, in an American capitalist liberal sense, he had as much power as a human being can achieve within our society, within the legal framework. And yet it was a schizophrenic with a pistol who denied him all of his power. Okay. He was murdered with a revolver by some random schizophrenic. And so the reason why I'm bringing that up is not because it's good. It's not good that John Lennon's dead, although I do hate the song Imagine. But the point is that like the firearm or the ability to kill is the ultimate veto on power. And so when you're talking about like kings being overthrown, when you're talking about dictators being overthrown, when you're talking about Hitler getting killed or committing suicide after a long war, when you're talking about, death, death is the ultimate veto over power. And so from my perspective, power is best when it's diffused throughout a population, DIFFUSE. When it's diffused throughout a population, that's best. And when power is concentrated, that's oftentimes when it's at its worst, because concentrated power is capable of doing great and terrible things. And I think that the United States in particular, the founding fathers, they believe that as well, which is part of the reason why they wrote the Second Amendment the way that they did.
I feel like you're making my case for me. Yeah, I also believe that we ought not centralize totally and unify all power. And that's why I am like perplexed that you would take this kind of pseudo-agnostic stance on JD. That's kind of what I'm keep coming back to is you give me all these concerns.
It's not agnostic though. I think I told you I'm with Pete Buttigieg. When JD Vance needed to be a Silicon Valley Democrat, he was a Silicon Valley Democrat. When he needed to be a Never Trump Republican, he was a Never Trump Republican. When he needed to be Donald Trump's biggest dick sucker, he was Donald Trump's dick sucker. So it kind of depends on what JD Vance is in 2 or 3 years. I think he's evil. I think he's complicit in horrible crimes. I think he's indirectly responsible for hundreds of thousands of deaths. But I think 70% of the Republican Party through electing Trump is complicit in that. And by the way, here's another thing too. Mamdani, just as an example, he was like, hey, a bunch of New Yorkers approached me and they voted for me because of my economic populist message. But they said that they voted for you in the presidency when he was talking to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And so, in my opinion, the economically illiterate populist masses are also complicit in these horrible crimes. Am I going to disavow, the R-slurred masses of the population of the United States? No, I'll work with them. I'll work with them tomorrow. We're all stuck in this shit together.
Okay, I get the sense that you would be more willing to vote for JD Vance than Pete Hegseth, for example. And if I offered you Pete Hegseth as a candidate versus Gavin Newsom, you'd be like, oh, obviously Gavin Newsom. Is that correct reading or is that incorrect reading?
Pete Hegseth. Wait. Which one do you think that I would choose between Pete Hegseth and JD Vance?
I think that you'd be more apt to choose JD Vance than Pete Hegseth. And I think given the choice between Newsom and Hegseth, you'd be like, obviously I'd pick Newsom in that situation.
Right.
But I just don't understand why that's the case. Because like
competence,
JD
intelligence, cunning. Like these are also all variables that we have to calculate. Hegseth is a fucking moron. Like he's actually like a dipstick. He's demonstrated through, I mean, if you want me to go into specifics, I can go into specifics, but he's actually like fully demonstrated that he has a 90 IQ and does not know how things work.
Yeah, but isn't that more, if you take JD to be smarter, JD's smarter in supporting everything Hegseth is doing and supporting him in the administration. Maybe there's some like underhanded inside politics where in some ways...
I can cut to the heart of this.
Yeah.
Do you think that JD Vance... what actually we might have talked about this last time. Do you think JD Vance is an ideologue?
On some things I do. I think he's like a Yarvinite ideologue and like a nativist ideologue.
Okay, so maybe he's like a national conservative. Okay, so he wants to maintain the demographics of the United States through a security apparatus or something like that.
Yeah, I think he has a preference for, despite him falling in love apparently with an Indian American, I think that he is ideologically committed to this Yarvinite view, which is ultimately a conservative ideological position. And
why do you think he's? I'm just out of curiosity. So, like, I repeated Pete Buttigieg's quote, which I think that if you look at JD Vance's career, I think that's a correct observation of the way that he's conducted himself. However, I've also been alarmed by and heard in JD Vance interviews. I'll tell you two things that alarm me about JD Vance. One of them was him openly saying in an interview that he considers himself a post-liberal Republican. And that's shocking to me because the United States is largely a liberal republic. It's a republic established upon human freedom. So saying that to me, I heard I'm a post-freedom Republican. That's alarming, borderline terrifying. Then the other thing that he said that kind of freaked me out was he was in a conversation. He was in a conversation that was kind of heated with a journalist. And they were talking about economics. And they were talking about the mass immigration being used as an economic stopgap in order to subsidize consumer prices for Americans. And JD Vance said, well, we didn't do this 50 years ago. We didn't need to do this. We didn't need to bring in effectively a slave labor force in order to reduce consumer prices for Americans. And the lady says, well, are you saying that if we engage in the mass deportation operations that Donald Trump has planned, that you don't care if prices go up in construction and agriculture? And he said, like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. He was like, and he basically said, I don't give a fuck because it's the moral thing to do. We should have American jobs for American workers. I don't care about immigrants. I don't care about people in Central and South America. That's their own fucking problem. And that's alarming to me because while I do think he's like a conniving, manipulative, goes where the wind goes kind of guy, that didn't seem to be a statement coming from what was popular, because I don't even think that sentiment is popular within media. Like there was like a totally less confrontational way to say this is still the right thing to do. Besides, American consumers need to eat shit and accept higher prices. So that sparked me like, oh shit, maybe he is an ideologue in reference to this.
Have you ever? All right, I'm gonna say some things that maybe they don't seem totally on point, but they are, or at least I think they are. You know what's a red flag for me when it comes to anyone in your life, like socially or, that you're considering to be your girlfriend for dating, or like a business partner or something? You know what's a huge red flag? Is someone who's like too agreeable and doesn't have, and is friends with everybody. And now I don't think that's necessarily true of JD. I think JD has enemies, and I don't think it's true that he's like too agreeable. But I take it as like a negative quality if someone is able to get along well with everybody. And I view that as like, oh, like I don't know what you stand for. This was said by Christopher Hitchens of Bill Clinton. And I agree. I don't think that history has smiled fondly at Clinton's presidency, except for a couple areas where I think that he did well. But in other words, I'm just like, on your view, or on the Pete Buttigieg view, taken to its logical extreme, which I don't know that Pete was necessarily saying. I'm not saying that he is implying all of this. I did see that clip when he said that, or the tweet where it was referenced. I don't know that he is totally unmoored to any ideological grounding. I think that he is willing to make deals with the devil to further his own interests, but I don't think that should stand to reason that he's like a doppelganger that has literally no form or substance in any respect. I think he has his own ideas, just like any human being. And I'm sure that he internally justifies things to himself about what he's willing to do, what he's not willing to do. But if your view is that of a person who is willing to do or say anything, I don't understand why that would make you more warm to him. If anything, I think it would make you more sour to him. This is someone that you can't put anything past them. That's the negative trait. I don't think it's a positive one.
Well, okay, so let's run it back a little bit, because I think we're kind of cutting at it. So you correct me if I'm wrong. You basically just said that you think JD Vance isn't a doppelganger and an amorphous, ethereal, principleless jello creature who can't, like attach himself to any ideology. You just think that he's playing the political game as it's in front of him in order to achieve power.
He's a transparent political player, but I do think that he has some ideological leanings, and they even come out in ways that he can't, that are almost reflexive, similar to the example you just brought up of this reporter asking him something. My guess is like, it's hard to go through law school, go through all these places and like not have ideologies and not have thoughts about what things are. My guess is he does. He thinks about these issues probably way more than like Trump does from an ideological perspective. You know, we saw the Signal chats that were coming back and forth from Signalgate, where he, you know, part of it is inside office politics and all that stuff, so take it with a grain of salt. But he does seem to have a view on foreign policy, whether that's informed by his donors and all that stuff. I'm sure a lot of it is. I'm not trying to say that he's sincere in where those come from, or if it's just a happy coincidence he has certain views. But he does, I think, have views at least more so than Trump in that sense. I think he's more ideological than Trump. And I don't take the maximalist view that he's a doppelganger.
That's a great thing to talk about. And I do want to bring up an example that I think is going to answer you. And I just want to bring this up. You're maxed out on my side. You're at 200%. My chat's still saying that you're a little low. So if you have any ability, if you can either speak more directly into the mic and or bump yourself a little bit, that would be great. So I want to talk about what you just said, where it's ideological. Okay. So when you're talking about because I remember the Signal messages, what he was saying, which I think you can correct me on who said what, but what I think JD Vance said was, hey, in reference to the Red Sea crisis and Ukraine, we want the Europeans to step up their game. And it's borderline effing embarrassing that nobody else can handle the Red Sea crisis, because realistically, this affects Europe as much as it affects the United States. And in reference to Ukraine,
just testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You're actually a little high now, but I'll just let it go because you might relax and back away from the mic.
Got
it. So anyways, his desire, or his stated ideological position, is that Europeans should take their security more seriously. I've been saying that for decades, but my beef with the Trump administration is not that I think that we should do a baton handoff for European security. That's actually a great idea. We should absolutely do that. My beef with it is that they're backstabbing Ukraine in order to try to push Europeans into being more responsible for their security. And Ukraine, as far as I know, is actually a country that's trying to become more Western. And so we're killing thousands or arguably tens of thousands of people in an incompetent manner in order to try to get Europeans to step up their game. That's my objection. It's not.
But Connor, I'm not talking about the merits of the policy. Maybe you can be like, what I'm trying to get at is the character of JD Vance. I'm not trying to have that conversation with you, though we can, and I'm sure it would be interested in your views on foreign policy.
Well, can I bring then the second part of the argument? We don't have to talk about the merits of the policy then. Can I
go for it.
Use JD Vance as an analog for Kamala Harris real quick?
Yes.
Even though arguably JD Vance is much more extreme. So my understanding of Kamala Harris is that she started as like a state's attorney in the prosecutor's office of California, right? And she was in a time and place in which California was kind of being lax in a lot of regards. So it was popular to be tougher on crime. And so she was tougher on marijuana people. She was tougher on people to fulfill their entire sentences. She was tougher on truant parents. And she thought it was the right thing to do at the time. But
I think a lot of that has been distorted, by the way, where, just to be clear, I don't think that it's, when you're talking about her tenure as state AG, I've looked into that a while ago, and it very clearly wasn't what was being referenced, and whatever policy that she was.
I would think all of that was good. You know, I wouldn't be criticizing that as a policy. I would actually think that was good.
Okay.
But then what ends up happening is like the accusation is, you know, she like fillets some guy who was married or something in order to get an appointment or some shit like that. But she climbs to the state attorney's office and whatever. She's like the state prosecutor for California, and she does an okay job. But then we get to 2019 in the primary, and I know that you guys don't care about this or don't like this, but the clip is effectively like, hey, I'm proud of the work that I did at the state prosecutor's office, because one of the things that happened while I was there was that there was a trans inmate who wasn't getting medically necessary care. And I made sure that not only did we make sure that she got the care that she needed, but we went ahead and guaranteed trans health care for all California inmates. And by the way, I'm sure that plays great with progressives. I'm sure that plays great with liberals. I'm sure that plays great with progressive people who like LGBTQIA rights. But that amongst the BLM bailout or BLM bail fund that she retweeted, all that kind of stuff, it seemed like she was pandering to the progressives. And that's what her 2019 ran. If you want me to find every single fucking cringe clip of her pandering to progressives.
Everyone did.
Right. So then in 24, when she had 90 days for a campaign, which by the way, like I don't begrudge her having one of the toughest campaigns in American history, but it seemed like she ran straight back to the center. And she was like, no. Like, actually, I'm a state prosecutor. I'm actually really tough on crime. I'm actually hardcore.
Yeah, these are kind of like normal
military. I want this, I want that. And so the chameleonic, you can say that she's nowhere near as egregious as JD Vance, and I'll agree with you, but she seemed chameleonic in nature depending on her political context. So which is what you're accusing JD Vance of.
No, not so. My issue with JD Vance isn't even this kind of like about face on Trump or whatever. I kind of put a lot of this in the realm of like normal political shenanigan bullshit. Sometimes there's differences of opinions, but sometimes it's just convenience and all that shit and alliance making. And like, I try not to put too much stock in these little like everyone has his accusations. John Kerry was accused of being a flip flopper. Other people, or all these different candidates are accused of being a flip flopper. George H.W. Bush, right, on the taxes thing. There is a realm of that politicians are politicians. We should expect them to be fucking conniving assholes. Unfortunately, that's just what the situation. And I almost take it as a given, just like I understand like the media is going to spin things. Sometimes they're going to outright lie about stuff. Certainly Trump-related media, but also just like the conventional media that they're sensationalists and all that stuff. I kind of take it as a given. And I think it's a bit naive to like, yeah, they're trying to sell something to you. So is Trump. So is all these politicians. Now, there are different scales of degree of lies and going back on everything, but that's not even the main contention with which I'm like charging JD Vance, that he's like willing to change his mind about some stuff. Like I was willing to vote for Kamala, and Kamala changed her mind without explaining why on like fracking and some of these other different issues or whatever, right? Or at least didn't elaborate in such a way that it could be reasonably construed that she is changing her mind or lying about stuff. That's not the main issue. They're politicians, right? My issue is he is willing in ways that Democrats are not to abide the shit that Trump is doing. That and actively encouraging it in many respects. Not what like the fact that they have changed a position or two, that they have lied before, that they have done something, whatever. It's JD Vance is doing this, furthering this thing, and he's willing to do that where other people are not. That I think should be the main reason. Can I show you?
I made a painting today that I think is relevant to this conversation. It's actually about Yarvin. Can I show it to you and describe it?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and I don't know if you can share your chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is my limited understanding. Bear in mind, I haven't read Yarvin myself. I've just had people explain it to me. But the main idea that Yarvin is famous for is the cathedral. And so I think this is his argument that we used to have like a fairly ordered society, that God was at the top. The king, through the divine right of kings / institutional power, was the head of the state. The church reinforced both God and the king. And then we had the family as a unit of society. We had traditional culture that reinforced this entire structure. And then we had productive individuals. And Yarvin's argument is that we haven't destroyed the cathedral as a structure. What we've done is we've supplanted the things that gave us this formal structure. And so instead of having God at the top, which is this attempt to go after virtue and ideal and goodness and all that kind of stuff, we have godless secularism. We basically have atheism at the top, or we have agnosticism about like virtue. And so as a result, the secular state has replaced the king. The media is propagandizing society into believing that the current state of affairs is good. And then this is kind of like a meme right here where I put like cat ladies are the power structure of society. But arguably, like purple-haired cat ladies are pretty powerful in progressive stuff. Degenerate culture is reinforced in our pop culture. And then incels are like the plebeian bottom who are like socially unproductive freaks who are the bottom of the Yarvanite analysis of society. So in my opinion, I think this is like an incredibly cynical perspective of the United States of America. I think it's an incredibly cynical perspective of what the United States is. But I do think that effectively hybridizing these models, or at least making it voluntary that you could participate in either one of these models, would be fine. I don't want a king. I don't want the church to be a part of the power structure. I don't want trad culture to be top down enforced by the state. But I do think that effectively as an individual, it should be your choice on whether you participate in degenerate culture or trad culture, whether or not you have a family, or whether or not you become a purple-haired cat lady, whether or not you consume mass popular media, or whether or not you consume church media, whether or not you worship God, or whether or not you worship nothing at all. Those should be your choices. And so what I think that is, what you're saying though, is that because J.D. Vance is arguably a national conservative, he's using the Yarvanite analysis to argue that we should move way more towards the previous cathedral structure than where we are right now. And you view that as a threat to the status quo.
Oh, no, I did not say that. What I'm saying is he is willing to...
So what's your fear?
What I just described, the fact that he's willing to go along with MAGA and encourage its worst impulses shows not that he's going to too strongly go back to old structures. I think, frankly, the opposite. He wants to destroy the foundational structures of this country, which are, in principle, constitutional and normative. That is, that they relate to our history and our constitutional tradition. Like that is what he's trying to ignore or bend to his own ends. So I mean, I don't know that this model is one that I look at. We've had conservative presidents before in the country. It's not like we haven't been able to move on from just mere conservatism. What I'm concerned, or whatever structure you're pointing out there, could you put up that image again? I'm not really sure how it maps onto how I would view it.
Yeah, give me a second. I gotta pull up Paint. I had my chat bought me a Bob Ross wig, and I wear it sometimes while I'm painting things. So let's share this screen. All right, it's up again.
I'm not fearful of going back to a time when we have productive individuals, trad culture, family, church, king, and God. Like I don't view that as ever predominating in the United States of America, and it's not the framework that I use to consider J.D. Vance to be dangerous. I kind of view this country of ours from a different institutional and structural perspective, and that's what I think that he is risking, is what actually binds us all together, which aren't religious agreements, which aren't cultural agreements, for which there have always been divisions and large fights, city, agriculture, one coast, the other coast. Like this shit has never been unified.
Yeah, but the analysis, though, at least and bear in mind, I'm not like a Yarvanite or anything, but the analysis would be that you are trying to protect the secular state. And he would view the secular state as a replacement for the king, as what keeps this order in check. So you might not be worried. You might think that the media is so powerful, culture is so powerful. You're not hostile to these concepts or whatever, but the secular state effectively precludes forcing people to believe in God and forcing you to bow to a king. I think the Yarvanite analysis of what you're saying is that you're so worried that he's attacking the secular state that he's threatening to disrupt what holds us all together. He might even agree.
I mean, if by secular state you mean the American Constitution, then yeah, I think that is my
fear. He probably does not like a strict liberal. That's what, when he says that he's a post-liberal or whatever, I'm assuming that because Sargon of Akkad, I watched some content from Sargon of Akkad the other day, and I think Sargon's an idiot. But what Sargon was saying is that as a traditionalist or a neo-Christian monarchist or whatever the hell he is right now, I have no idea because that pussy won't come out of his fortress arc. But what he was saying is that he rejects the left-right binary that bimodal distribution that emerged from the French Revolution, where the left is typically working for people in progress, and the right is typically for institutions and reinforcing cultural norms that we want to perpetuate into the future. He rejects that conservative liberal binary. And yet he argues that effectively what he wants to do is he wants to find human practices and human truths that perpetuate across time, that they themselves are true and therefore do not need to change. And he wants to cling to those desperately. And so he uses that as an excuse to reintroduce monarchy. So I don't know where JD Vance is in reference to, does he want to reinstitute monarchy? Does he believe in benevolent dictatorship? Does he want to eliminate the secular state or the media? I have no idea what he means when he says, I'm a post-liberal.
Yeah, but why are you giving him a pass in a way that you don't give Hegseth, Trump? You probably, I assume, wouldn't give a pass to this woman who runs DHS, Kristi Noem. You wouldn't
Kristi Noem, because they're stupid and incompetent.
And JD Vance is not stupid and incompetent. Because he went
not
to
that
Yale?
I can tell. He actually seems pretty smart.
Just because he seems smart?
Yeah, if you see I'm pretty sure that he would actually do quite well on Twitch and YouTube politics. He could throw elbows with the best of them. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but maybe that isn't a good guide for who you should consider to be your next leader. And especially when, I'm sure Gavin Newsom could fucking... have you seen what passes for debate and online debate? It's not impressive. It's not anything to be proud about. And yet you give a pass to JD Vance. What? Because he can be a debate bro?
Well, no, hold on. You're saying give a pass. I'm not
you
saying
treat him differently than Hegseth, than Trump.
Yeah, I treat it. Okay, hold on. Let's go ahead and articulate it then. Kristi Noem is a fucking arsler. Okay, she's a dumbass. If you want to explain the threats that JD Vance poses to the constitutional order of the United States, he would at least understand and be able to articulate how he
isn't
poses
that worse?
threat.
Isn't it more like morally?
Doesn't even know. It's like she's a dumb animal. She's like a fucking dog, let loose with the powers of the state. She's a fucking idiot.
Surely someone who is more intelligent and more willing to consider their actions and whether they're good as opposed to just reacting on emotion, that person should be considered more culpable, shouldn't they? The fact that the quote unquote adults in the room, and I put Rubio in a similar camp, are nonetheless promoting this stuff. And then they'll tell us afterwards, I'm sure, how they inhibited his worst impulses or something stupid. But the fact that they're at least on paper promoting this, my intuition is that they would be more culpable. Not less.
Yeah, no, they are, but that's
but you give it a premium.
I'm trying. You understand? I'm trying to avoid the maximal amount of stupidity and damage to our country as possible, because it doesn't seem like we can actually get technocratically competent people into government, right? So it actually just becomes an evaluation of how much damage and how much damage are we going to do to our country? And are there any good ideas amongst the trash of what is currently electorally available? That seems like the political game at our current time.
So, okay. So Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz, weirdly enough, I think is a raw ideologue, straight ideologue.
He's smart.
Zionist, conservative, Christian conservative, arguably a Christian nationalist.
He's smart.
Fundamentalist Christian. Yeah, he's intelligent. Weirdly enough, I would almost view him as a weirdly larger threat than Vance, but that's I don't know.
Would you ever consider voting for Cruz over Newsom?
No.
Yeah, no. This is what I don't get, Connor, because you have Cruz, you have Trump.
I like some dissident right-wing philosophy. I think they have some things that are descriptively correct. There are cool things that can come out of the right.
Name a cool thing from JD Vance.
Let me Well, actually, number one, if he technocratically organized it, so
what do you mean by technocratically?
Europeans
I'm sorry for
became
lashing out.
more
What do you mean by technocratically?
responsible for
What do you
European
mean by
security.
what do you mean by technocratically? You keep saying this.
I mean, I would probably have to Google it in order to get you an exact
No,
definition.
what do you mean? What do you mean though? What do you when you say? Do you mean like
competently through administration and bureaucracy?
like wonkish, like he's in the weeds of policy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Technocratic, relating to or characterized by the government or control of society or industry by an elite of technical experts.
You think JD Vance represents a more technical expertise
compared to Donald Trump? Absolutely.
Well, yeah. Well, fucking any average fast food employee is more in that sense than Donald Trump. I mean, that's a low bar.
Sure,
I mean,
compared to
clears
MTG, absolutely. Compared to Kristi Noem, absolutely. Compared to Pete Hegseth, absolutely. Compared to like even come up with some like not AOC, because AOC's actually been impressing me recently. But that other girl from the squad that I always mix up her name and people accuse me of racism, the Somali one.
Okay, but then Newsom clears that bar because he is technocratic more so than Trump.
Newsom could easily win my vote. He would just need to not be a terrible Democrat. That's all. You understand that like a moderate Democrat is preferable to anyone associated with MAGA, but it seems like the moderate Democrats right now are making peace with the far left in order to build a broad electoral coalition, and we don't know how far they're going to pander.
So
we just don't know.
I'm trying to gather the things you admire about JD Vance, and so the first thing that I'm trying to put less abstract
He's
terms
a former
on.
Marine. He's intelligent. He can talk about dissident right-wing philosophy. He seems to be economically literate, even though he backed Donald Trump's dog shit policies. He understands supply and demand curves. He married somebody outside of his race and had some kids. He was astute enough to, I think, go to the Marine Corps, get an Ivy League education, be groomed by a billionaire, not sexually, be groomed by a billionaire in San Francisco for leadership, and then become a Trojan horse into the Trump administration. You do not get from pill-addicted mom who sold you for fucking Vicodin to vice president of the United States with without some degree of intelligence and cunning.
Or he was placed there by his masters.
Or he was placed there, but it seems like he can fight his way out ideologically out of a wet paper bag, which is more than most politicians, which is respectable.
Dude, you actually like JD Vance. That's my conclusion.
I wish I could like JD Vance.
Why couldn't you?
Because he killed several 100,000 people and he laughed about it. Because he threw a fucking hissy fit when Zelensky showed up in a fucking business suit. And then he said, say thank you. Why don't you say thank you for us giving you scraps off of our table?
Newsom would not do that. And so why is it even a question? Like when I give you Walls versus Vance,
I
you're
don't
like,
know if
Walls
Newsom is going to say that we because I don't know
Kelly.
Because I don't know if Newsom. No, I'm going to answer your question because I think it's whether or not you like the answer is irrelevant to whether or not this is the answer to your question. The answer to your question is because I don't know if Newsom's going to go for an assault weapons ban, federal level. I don't know if he's going to go for a magazine cap, federal level. I don't know whether or not he's going to have a wealth tax, federal level. I don't know whether or not he's going to say, oh, there's a civil war in Syria or there's a civil war in Tunisia that's causing all these deaths. So we're going to import 1 million people over the next 4 years, like Hillary Clinton did in 2016. So I don't know any of that shit.
Wait,
so I have to wait.
Hillary,
for the election.
Hillary
Clinton said during the Syrian civil war, she was going to bring in 250,000 refugees, like a month after Pulse nightclub.
Yeah, and
it's fucking crazy. It's suicidal. It's retarded.
That. Okay.
Yeah, listen, I have Muslim friends and I have Muslim friends that I love. And by the way, I think Islam can be moderated. I'm not interested in bringing hundreds of thousands or millions of people from the Middle East and North Africa with limited vetting. I'm not interested in it.
I see. And so you think that Newsom or someone like him could call for 1 million Muslim refugees to come in?
Yeah. I think Hillary Clinton did in 2015.
All right, let me look that up real quick while I have you. Hillary Clinton.
200,000. It's not 1 million. It was 200,000. Type in Hillary Clinton 200,000 Syrians.
I would like to see us move from what is a good start with 10,000 to 65,000. That is like with order of magnitude different than what you said, right?
I mean, I'll find the 200,000 number. I remember it quite specifically.
And those are in line with the caps for our yearly refugee resettlement program, which are something like that. Refugee resettlement.
Yeah,
program
but like the
caps. So so it's something like 100,000 we take yearly. So we're not talking about
the 200,000 claim was total asylees, not Syrians specifically.
Wait, that's so fucking different. The asylee issue. One of the problems with asylees,
the wars were still happening in the Middle East and North Africa. I almost guarantee you, like 80% of them would have been from the Middle East and North Africa, even if it's not Syria.
No, but increasing the cap on asylees is done to help expedite the transition, and the time it takes for people who are within the country to get asylum status and ultimately green cards. And so increasing caps. Now, is this in reference to the number of asylums granted every year? Because just be careful, there's the distinction. The refugee definition is applied to both asylum cases and refugee resettlement cases, but they're different. Like, there's no cap to asylum within the country. And so she could be referencing like 200,000 visas available for asylees, or she could be talking about refugees overall, in which case she'd be increasing the amount of refugees, not by like some insane amount to 200,000, but like from 120 or some thousand to 200,000. We're not talking about some crazy orders of magnitude difference that you're suggesting.
And let me explain this, because it'll probably sound less stupid in a second. And just giving you a heads up, I do have a hard out in 15 minutes.
Okay.
Just giving you a heads up. So 200,000 is, let's be real, it's probably piss in the ocean from the mass migration movements from the Middle East and North Africa in the early 2010s. Matter of fact, if I remember correct, I think around 10 million people from like Afghanistan, Pakistan, Syria, Tunisia, Libya, I'm pretty sure like 10 or 11 million people made it into Europe over that decade, right? And so somebody can fact check me on the numbers, but I'm pretty sure it's 10 million. And so 200,000, the way that Hillary Clinton was looking at it from my perspective, with like, we're going to bump the cap for total to 200,000, and we're going to take in 65,000 refugees or whatever. I think the motivation was being a fair partner to Europe, because Europe was dealing with this humanitarian crisis that arguably was largely caused by the United States invading and destabilizing the Middle East and North Africa. So Europe was paying a humanitarian price for American interventionism. So that's properly motivated, I suppose. But my frustration with that is that we had the San Bernardino attack, we had the Pulse nightclub attack, we had the Bataclan mass shooting, we had the Nice truck attack, probably all contemporaneous to this issue. And whenever somebody brought up like, hey, we think there's a problem with like jihadism, we think there's a problem with terrorism, effectively what the Democrats said is, you're an Islamophobic bigot and you need to shut the fuck up. That was pretty much the response. And that was even arguably the response from the Democratic campaign at the time was,
wait, where
the
did
only
she say
reason why they're
200,000?
afraid of refugees and asylees from the Middle East and North Africa is because they're Islamophobic bigots. Which is fucking, I'm not gonna click the box for you. I think you don't understand the problem.
Wait a second. So Obama resettled 110,000 refugees in fiscal year 2017. And are you suggesting, hang on a second, when did Hillary Clinton say that we wanted to get 200,000 refugees from the Middle East? What are you claiming now that Hillary Clinton said? Let's get that clear, because you said like 500,000.
No, I think I said 200,000.
I think you said 650,000.
I think I might have said 250,000. I don't think I said 650,000. If you want me to Google it. So 200,000 refugees, Hillary Clinton.
I think this is fake news. I think she
it
proposed
could have been.
to get 65,000 as opposed to
From
like 20,000. Yeah.
From Syria. Yeah, give me a second though,
Should,
because I
should
had
America
a
not accept any?
Google-
There's a massive. It's one of the worst humanitarian crises that ever existed, and you're over here talking about USAID and oh my god, but like you're like 65,000 refugees. We couldn't handle that, but you're willing to send out the treasure of America all across the country, but you're not willing to do what? Doubling the amount of refugees we're taking in a historic civil war.
It was an NGO's recommendation to the Clinton campaign. Hillary Clinton herself never said it.
Oh my god.
All right, listen, it was fake news at the time. I listened to the fake news. I was watching Fox or something. But at the same time, like, listen, man, the thrust of the problem is I think that Democrats are blind to jihadism. I think they're blind to it. Oh, shit. I knocked out my monitor. Oh, never mind. You're back.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We're blind to what?
Jihadist terrorism.
Are they Democrats?
Yeah. Whenever we talk about it, man, it's like right wing terrorism.
Whenever we talk about it, or whenever we, as in the royal we.
The royal we.
Okay.
So whenever we talk about the royal we, whenever the royal we talk about terrorism, the first talking point is right-wing terrorism is statistically substantially more prevalent than left-wing terrorism. Descriptively true. Okay. Then we get into, if you use the stats since 9/11/2001, right, or 9/12/2001, right-wingers are infinitely more lethal than left-wing terrorists and jihadists.
Okay.
And it's kind of, in my opinion, it's fucking stupid. Because if you ignore the largest terror attack in United States history that killed 3,000 people, caused billions of dollars of damage, and launched a multi-trillion-dollar war, and if you ignore the fact that like 90% of the casualties caused in the war on terror were not conventional military forces, like American conventional military forces just indiscriminately slaughtering civilians, it was actually jihadist terror orgs that were butchering civilians in what was effectively a civil war in Afghanistan and a civil war in Iraq.
Right, but these are victims.
So you have to ignore,
these are victims of Islamic jihadist violence.
Right.
That you're proposing to bring in. It reminds me a little bit of people being like, these Saudis with the Saudi royal family was against Osama, right? And so people will do this whole like racism memes of
parts of them were.
Yeah, I know that there's they have their Wahhabist sects and all that stuff, but I'm just saying, like, just because they come from the same place as these Islamic extremists, Islamic fundamentalists, in many respects, these asylees are trying to escape the sectarian violence and radical like ISIS and things, right? So you're acknowledging a problem, and I think it is a problem. I think people should be able to say, radical Islamic terror. Is that the meme, right? Because people will say Democrats don't care about radical Islamic terrorism because they don't say radical Islamic terrorism, and that just seems like a culture war meme or something. But
it's the heat map. Okay, so it's the heat map. So and for those of you who don't know, like a liberal or progressive, they empathize with things out to and including inanimate objects like trees and rocks and plants and animals and shit. And to some degree, I do too. Whereas conservatives typically will empathize with their immediate sphere and then out, right? And the out, it can sometimes be limited. And I actually found this to be descriptively true because when I'm arguing with Republicans and conservatives about like hundreds of thousands of people dead in Africa, they don't even process it. They don't even like think about like, oh, there's a human being who caught a preventable disease who is now dying or dead as a result of a policy choice we've made as a country. They say they're not American, they're not a part of my tribe, and so they don't even emotionally process.
Right, but if I were to say, right, but this is how you do the same thing. If I were to say, let's take in 60,000 of these people in war-torn Sudan to be refugees, you'd be like, what the fuck? You're changing the nature of America. How dare you? You're going to destroy our society. Western Foundation is founded on a Judeo-Christian set. Like, do you understand that you're kind of doing the same thing? If these are nominal amounts of people, yes, it's tens of thousands for sure, but in the grand scheme of the country, they're not going to destroy the country. They're not going to destroy the country. And you're in the same way. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, so descriptively, we're on the same page, okay? And by the way, once again, I have Muslim friends, okay? So like, I don't care if 1% to 2% of America is Muslim. And as a matter of fact, I don't care. I think that there is arguably a moderate interpretation of Islam that should be promoted culturally. Believe in God, the last day, that Muhammad is his messenger, and do good works. That's the bar to be a Muslim. And Muslims actually believe that like pre-Islamic monotheists are Muslim. They just don't call themselves Muslim. So I think that there can be like a moderate form of Islam. However, my frustration with this is when you're talking about tens of thousands of people, the vetting that you're going to be able to achieve is not the same as like the kind of vetting that I would want to achieve. And as a result, there ultimately will statistically be a jihadist terrorist attack. And so as an example, the Christmas market.
Wait a second. We have maximal policies right now that Trump has implemented, and they don't save us from one-offs, from or even a recurring pattern of political violence or Islamic violence, assuming that this Afghan national is Islamic.
I think it has.
How?
If you look at jihadist terrorism in the past decade, it's very minimal. And then even the Afghan refugee who just gunned down the 2 National Guard troops. Number one, it was only 2 guys, or a guy and a gal, and the guy might live. Number 2, the Afghan refugee was an interpreter for our special forces.
Right. So in what sense are you worried from an existential perspective that a Democrat's going to come in and
existential.
Okay, then what's the problem? Like we've taken in tens of thousands of refugees from Somalia. We've taken tens of thousands of refugees from different countries that are trying to escape violence. That's part of our law. It's part of international comedy and the obligations that we've signed on to. I'm not saying that we bring in millions, but why is it like fucking to the scale of destruction and people wanted to destroy our society? That's coming from within, right? The threat to our country is domestic. It's from people
move on
who want
to that in a second, because I probably agree with you.
Okay.
During the Berlin Christmas vehicle attacks or whatever,
yeah,
there were pictures of the aftermath where there's like an 11-year-old girl and her fucking leg is run over and her leg is sheared off from her body. And there's like a giant blood pool right there where effectively she bled out and her leg is separated from her body. That kind of extreme violence in the name of a foreign political organization, your first duty as a statesman, as a governing official, is to, in my opinion, it's to your people, your nation. Okay. Now we can argue about civic nationalism. I fucking love civic nationalism. Okay. I love that if anybody from any part of the world says that I believe in the Constitution of the United States, I want to be an American, I want to participate in the economy, I want to do this, I want to do that, and I want to be an American, then they can become a part of my nation. They can become a part of my tribe. But the point is that they have to say that, and they have to believe that, and they have to act that out. And if they're not interested in that, if they're not interested in swearing an oath of loyalty to the Constitution of the United States, if they're not interested in becoming a part of my nation, they should not become a part of my nation. And that's what.
Hello? You guys ever see that video game donkey video where, hang on.
My dog laid down on my USB cord because he's an asshole. So anyways,
Your dog?
the point, like communicating that, like you have to bear in mind, what was this? I was trying to communicate this with Prime Kai, by the way.
Yeah.
And he doesn't think that we need a central narrative at all. He doesn't think that we should have anything that bind us besides the fact that we're both human and we live approximately in the same area. He doesn't think that we should have to swear any kind of common creed together that unites us as a people. And those are the kind of arguments I was dealing with in the 10s.
Like we shouldn't have
You're
to.
like, wow, you want them to be pro-America? That's Islamophobic.
When you say you shouldn't have to, as in like you legally shouldn't have to?
Or like an asylee or a refugee. They shouldn't have to want to become American in order to be entitled to asylum in the United States.
And by want to become American, you mean convert to what? To be a particular political view?
Americanism.
As defined by
swear
what?
Swear an oath of loyalty to the United States.
Yeah, I think that you can have that for naturalization. I think that that's fine to
What about for asylum?
Well, asylum isn't a pathway to citizenship, so I don't think it's necessary. There are different rationales that motivate why we have asylum, which is for humanitarian reasons and to uphold our international obligations. I mean, that's why we have asylum. I just feel like, I don't know, like, I don't understand also where we're at. Sometimes I get lost in these conversations because we start talking about Sargon of Akkad and like we go back to the Paleolithic era with the Roman Empire and we're going here and there. I'm just like,
you just don't like my answers, but that's okay.
No,
keep going.
What I'm trying to say is like,
no, I'm expecting a call next week where you're going to be like, so about JD Vance.
Yeah,
like
because
I'm expecting,
it shook me.
It's struggle session call until I disavow JD Vance.
Well, we can go move past that at some point. But what I'm just trying to say is like, I'm trying to explain why I don't think Democrats are an existential crisis, because I don't think that their proposals are fundamentally going to like destroy the country or take it apart, and I don't think that they're proposing even like the worst fantasies of what the Republicans say they are with respect to immigration. Meanwhile, I think the real threat to destroying the country are like from people like JD Vance. That's why I'm so like stunned or flummoxed by all of this conversation where you're giving JD a form of a pass, not a complete pass. I'll grant you're criticizing him in some ways, but you're giving him a premium that you're not giving to Hegseth, to the other cronies of the administration. You're not even giving it to people like Ted Cruz, who are not part of the administration, but are promoting it in other ways. And I don't even understand that because he's smart too, but maybe because he's not like anti-Semitic. I'm joking. Like maybe because he's not like he's pro-Israel or something. Like why does Ted Cruz?
My problem is genuinely because I've seen interviews with Ted Cruz about this. I think he would start like a boots on the ground war with Iran in order to save Israel. Like I think he would. He wouldn't be defensive. He wouldn't be diplomatic. He would
but
actually
Trump
just
did that. Yeah,
but
Trump did that, and JD Vance officially supported it.
Well, I mean, I think that we can tell the difference between a limited bombing campaign and a boots on the ground invasion, right? There's obviously a spectrum of difference here.
There's a difference between those two things.
Okay, cool. So anyways, so what you're really saying to me, at least in a metaphorical sense, in my opinion, is you're saying, hey, Connor, do you want to get slashed by 1,000 razor blades? And that's like, that's one option. And the other option is somebody taking like a machete and stabbing you in the gut. And so what I'm telling you is, well, I have to see how deep and how many razor blades are going to slash me versus like where in the gut I'm going to get stabbed in the machete. Like I have to evaluate these things. And you're saying, but Connor, 1,000 razor blades, that's not going to hurt you anywhere near as much as a gut stab. And I say, yes, but Pisco, like if I get stabbed in the appendix, a vital organ that I don't even need, then I'll be okay. Whereas if I have 1,000 cuts on me and they get infected, then I could eventually die. So I kind of have to see where my opponents are trying to stab me. And you're like, no. No, but
you don't take that view. You don't take that view with Ted Cruz. You
cannot evaluate the 1,000 tiny cuts or the gut
I know,
stab.
but the lack of parity isn't that you're withholding judgment until you have the two options in front of you. Though I think that's a little wild. But okay, fine. You want to withhold judgment but you only withhold judgment on JD Vance. You wouldn't withhold judgment on Donald Trump running again, presumably because that would be, by itself.
That's a stab to the heart.
Yes.
That's like a stab to the heart, lungs, kidney, and balls. Like a cut with 1,000 cuts is way better than getting stabbed in the dick, balls, heart, and ass.
You wouldn't withhold judgment on Pete Hegseth and Kristi Noem because you think they're stupid. And you wouldn't withhold judgment on Ted Cruz because he's willing to die for Israel. But you will withhold judgment on JD Vance.
Ted Cruz, I think, weirdly enough, he would probably align a lot with me on a lot of policies. I think what's like disqualifying about Ted Cruz for me, like let's say it was a primary and me voting for him on purpose against, let's say, like Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or JD Vance. Although I probably wouldn't pick JD Vance in a primary. I probably would never pick JD Vance in a primary. But the reason why I would try to disqualify Ted Cruz as a choice is because I do think that he's ultimately like a fervent, dyed-in-the-wool Zionist conservative who would end the world in order to, protect Israel. And by the way, that's not like necessarily a moral indictment. I think it's just a really, really bad geopolitical calculus. It's not that Israel doesn't need defend Israel. I just don't think nuking Iran is part of that strategy.
Damn. Let me think of one other conservative before you have to go, who's actually being like talked about. Yeah, but like Nikki Haley's an Israel supporter, and you love her.
I don't think she would nuke Iran in order to save Israel.
You're making a distinction between Cruz and Haley on that?
Yeah, I would pick Haley over Cruz. Yeah, absolutely. Have you seen
on
Tucker
that?
Carlson?
Hey, don't be a weasel, motherfucker. Sorry.
I'm not trying to be.
My bad. Let me just cool off. I was trying to be more nice. Whoa! That came out.
It's all right.
On
sometimes,
Israel,
sometimes we have that kind of conversation.
Yeah.
So you're just like you're fiending. You're fiending for the real Connor Pisco fight. That's what's going on.
It's
I didn't think personally.
Between Haley and Cruz on Israel, Cruz takes a conventional Republican view on Israel. This is the view of fucking Romney and of George Bush and of all the Republicans that you fucking get hard-ons and erections for, all have the view Cruz has. So it's a bit fucking much to now hear you be like, that's disqualifying so far as Cruz is, unless you're going to show that like Cruz is particularly more Zionist than like Haley or Bush. I just don't have any reason to believe that. It's the same shit.
Watch the interview with Tucker Carlson, man. Like it's pretty hardcore.
Oh,
it's pretty hardcore.
Wait, I've seen it where he's all like, the Bible tells us that we should.
God mandates that we defend the state of Israel. Tooth and nail.
That's orthodoxy. Yeah. That's Republican orthodoxy from the party that you want to go back to.
Yeah, but I think that there's a difference between, okay, and I'll articulate the difference. I'm pretty sure Nikki Haley is a Christian, but I don't know what her denomination is, and I'm pretty sure she's like Indian in origin. I don't remember what her thing is.
Okay,
but the point is that like I don't think that, and she was also a part of like the security establishment in some way. I'd have to take a look at her, but there's a reason why she's a war hawk in her professional history, and yet I think that she's familiar enough with the security establishment that she's actually pretty nuanced when it comes to discussing geopolitical affairs. And so that level of nuance lends me to believe that she would actually like have policy that's related to securing Israel without burning the world. Whereas I think Ted Cruz in his fucking bones, he believes that like God established the state of Israel, and it is worth every drop of blood that America and Israel has to offer in order to secure it, in order to please God. And so there's a difference there between like effectively a religious zealot and a geopolitical pragmatist.
Okay, so Ted Cruz is too far gone on Zionism, you're saying?
Yeah, I think he's like a dyed-in-the-wool. He not only does he believe in the literalist God, he thinks the literalist God put him on this planet to wield power. And he thinks that if he has the capacity to wield power in order to kill people, in order to save the state of Israel, he will do it.
But you would vote for pro-Israel people like Nikki Haley and George Bush.
Yeah. I'm tepidly pro-Israel myself. I just think they deserve a lot of scrutiny and criticism.
Okay, so then maybe okay, so then it's just this.
Yeah, I'm not an anti-Zionist. That's Doobie.
Okay. Tucker Carlson, would you vote for him? You would.
Absolutely the fuck not.
Okay, then why?
Because that guy's a motherfucking like that guy makes JD Vance look honest. That guy makes JD Vance look like
you're not going to be serious about this right now. Everything is crafted.
I am. Dude, did you watch the Russian bread smelling grocery bit?
No, I understand that. No,
That man has no dignity.
I am not denying that he has no dignity, but the entire thing is premised on you withholding judgment for JD Vance, partly because he is, as Pete Buttigieg said, like a snake that's willing to say anything. That's Tucker, and now you're like, oh, Tucker's just too much of that. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Do you think if you ask, so here's the difference between Tucker, and I do have to go. I'm already 6 minutes late. But here's the difference between Tucker and JD Vance. Although I do think there being a theory about JD Vance hooking up with Erica Kirk and actually being responsible for the assassination of Charlie Kirk is actually really funny. But if you asked JD Vance or Tucker Carlson separate interviews, if you were like, hey, JD Vance, what do you think about Candace Owens saying that Israeli Mossad was involved with insiders at TPUSA in order to assassinate Charlie Kirk? Tucker Carlson would be like, well, I like Candace, and I think Candace is like a smart voice on the conservative right. I think she's a passionate voice. And you know what? I disagree with her, but it's true that certain intel services do weird things some of the time. And there's a lot of questions around the Charlie Kirk shooting that I just don't think have been answered yet. And so, I don't agree with her. I don't agree with everything she says. But I think she's pulling at a thread that's kind of true, that intel services do dark and creepy things some of the time. That would be Tucker Carlson's answer.
And that's why it's different than JD.
Like, hey, do you think Candace Owens is correct that Erica Kirk and TPUSA members and Israeli Mossad were responsible for the assassination of Charlie Kirk? He'd be like, I like Candace, but absolutely not.
Huh.
He wouldn't do the whole
but
pre-sleep play to the conspiratorial audience shit.
No, but he's willing to do that with fucking cats and dogs. It's not a principled stance against conspiracies. It's just he happens to have a political alignment or a need to stray away from that for other relationships or to benefit himself in other ways.
I think weirdly enough, Tucker Carlson waffles between self-service and like delusional self-love. Where like the whole demon story, did you see the demon story?
Yeah.
I think he like waffles between like thinking that he's some kind of like brave truth teller and also just saying whatever the fuck he needs to say in order to be popular. I think he waffles between those things. I think JD Vance, as much as he's a chameleon, he's like he's pseudo predictable. So he's predictable in that he wants it. He's predictable in that he wants his own power. And he's predictable that he's playing with these like dissident right-wing ideas.
Got it. This will be my last word. It feels like you're a schizophrenic Goldilocks. And this is what I mean by that. Because on the one hand, you're like, oh, of course not Trump. Oh my God, far too MAGA. But, this JD Vance guy, very MAGA right now, oh, maybe, but not Ted Cruz. Far too Zionist. But George Bush and fucking Nikki Haley, very Zionist. That's fine. Like, it feels like it's tailored. And even for the Democrats, you're like, Gavin Newsom, oh no, he doesn't understand power. He's never wielded a gun. Mark Kelly, though, even though, what's the fucking difference between them in terms of policies? But Tim Walz, he also had a gun, but no, because he wore a safety suit. It's like everything seems manicured to be about personality and vibes. And it's hard for me to track a through line here. But maybe it's all thought out in advance. That's what I'm struggling with. I'm not doubting your sincerity. It just feels.
I think schizophrenic Goldilocks actually probably is astute. That's probably a great way to say it. And then what I would say too is no, because like for instance, like Jeb Bush, I fucking love Jeb Bush, but Jeb Bush is obviously like a pussy, and nobody liked him in the primary. And what's that?
Thanks for the rate. I said, yeah, Jeb Bush. No one liked him in the primary. Keep going.
Yeah. So there's like 10,000 reasons why Jeb Bush would not be an effective executive. And yet, that like, you think I'm making excuses for JD Vance. I'll make endless excuses for Jeb. I would love to have fucking Jeb. But anyway, so schizophrenic Goldilocks. Absolutely. I'm sussing things out. Yes, absolutely. I would just refer to anybody who's like, Connor's a fucking psycho. What's his problem? I would just refer to them that I'm thinking with the death by 1,000 cuts or death by a single stab. I felt like that was like a decent analogy for the way that I'm considering things, particularly rolling up into the next election cycle.
And what are the cuts that Democrats have provided in your life? What cut did Biden provide in your life? A singular cut? Obama?
Maybe fucking over the Yazidis in Iraq and destroying Iraq wasn't cool. Yeah, Obama he fucked over arguably tens of thousands of people and let them die and suffer as a result of incompetence. But, we should talk about that sometime, because if people are like, "Damn, Connor's all over the place," well, it's because geopolitics and military intervention is actually like pretty complex. But effectively, what Obama did in 2011 is he withdrew aggressively, no troops, no air cover, no nothing. Then he watched ISIS take over Western Iraq and slaughter hundreds, if not thousands, of former American allies. And then there was an ethno-religious minority named the Yazidis, who were getting like violently purged, executed, sexually enslaved, murdered. And there were thousands of Yazidis. You could probably Google the story.
These are the same people that you wouldn't let them in the country for asylum, right?
I'd let Christians.
What the fuck? Oh, so wow.
No. Also, I would give asylum permits to any Al Anbar politician who helped us during the Sunni awakening. I would give them and their families asylum.
Like the Afghan national who shot up the National Guards.
What's that?
Like the Afghan national who shot up National Guards.
Right. And in reference to that story or whatever, but part of the reason why I didn't freak out about that story is because I almost guarantee you with that Afghan refugee or asylee, there's probably a whole nother story about how this country failed him since he was granted asylum. And what I mean by that is like, might not have been able to get employed, might have dealt with some discrimination issues, might not have been able to find work, might not have been able to do this, might not have been able to do that. And so as a result, he felt like an alien or an enemy to us, even though he had fought alongside us for half a decade to a decade. So I would view that as a different failure. Yeah, it wouldn't be like, oh, he's Muslim, he's scary. It would be.
Didn't JD Vance say? JD Vance doesn't give a like. How is that a point of comparison in which Democrats lose relative to Republicans? Because like JD Vance explicitly doesn't.
Because you want too many of the people. You just want to let fucking everybody in, and you don't want to challenge who they are as people. And also,
so which
you
is
don't even
it?
think
Which is it, Connor?
No.
Which is it?
No. You've been doing the fucking the ideological purity test / struggle session for 2 rows on the way.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna point out how you're hypocritical here. Okay, you were the one who was thinking that if an alien comes here, but they express legal support for international terrorist organizations that a U.S. citizen would be entitled to, they shouldn't be deported.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the difference. That's a huge difference between you and me. Anybody who's an alien here is here at our invitation. They can be deported for any fucking reason. And the fact that you think they can be like, oh, Hezbollah, Hamas is base.
Because they're black?
Terrorism is
because they're black?
Like,
deported alien because they're black? Any reason? You said any reason.
Well, maybe I'm being a little bit hyperbolic. Any ideological reason.
Any ideological reason. So ideologically, because you're a Christian, deport?
Yeah, if they like Funko Pops or they're a furry, yes. If they're a lolicon, if they're
I'm the crazy one.
Like
I'm the crazy one who thinks that there's actually limits on what you can do for deportation in that respect. You have to follow the law that Congress set out, but also the Constitution, which refuses to make a distinction between citizens and non-citizen when it comes to First Amendment. I'm the crazy one who thinks there should be some limits. That makes me crazy.
The thrust at what I'm getting at, because you're actually asking me or previously asked me, what have Democrats done to hurt you, or whatever? What have Democrats done to
They complained when someone was being deported because of Israel criticisms. That's what was the cut on you. When we complained about Mahmoud Khalil, that was a cut on you because we're like, no, follow the law. Don't do this.
And your boys with, God, who's that guy? You talked to him. He's famous.
Hassan
the
Piker?
Al Jazeera journalist.
Mehdi Hassan?
Mehdi Hassan. Yeah. And you like Zoran Mamdani and Mehdi Hassan. Yeah, you guys are cringe.
He's not even
you hurt you hurt my feelings.
Okay.
You hurt my feelings all the time.
You hurt my feelings by being fucking attracted to JD Vance. And don't act
listen,
right now there's a 30% chance you're going to vote for him.
I'm a former Marine. You should understand that there's going to be an irrational love there no matter what. He could be a fucking Nazi and I'd still be like, yeah, but he was a Marine though. So like there's some irrationality
I'm going to say something that might insult you.
That's fine.
Being a Marine doesn't mean you're a good person.
I agree with that. It probably just means that you're really good at killing things, but that's okay. All right, I'm going to thank the Shapingro, and then I got to dip out.
Yeah,
Shapingro gifted 5 memberships. Actually, yeah. I got to dip out, say goodbye to chat, and I got to go. But I do parasocially love you. I look forward to our next struggle session.
Appreciate you. Thank you, chat. And check out Counterpoints on Counterpoints 40K, Counterpoints regular, Counterpoints Star Wars, Counterpoints I don't know what
sci-fi, Counterpoints politics.
Yeah, and then also Valor Media Network, where they talk about all these things. But thank you very much, Connor.
Yeah, if you like Goldilocks schizophrenia, come check it out.
Later.
Bye.
Okay, that was a thing that happened. I really do feel like I'm just going into all these different places, and it's like, do you know how the Holy Roman Empire was founded? How does this relate, Connor? This is what I thought of with the video game donkey. Every conversation with Connor, it gets to this point.
Reach your destination. The rain pierced my vessel like knives as thunder cracked through the air. I felt the water tremble beneath me when a foul beast emerged from the blackest depths of the sea. It was my uncle, Gungalar.
Okay, see
So whenever I get in a conversation with Connor, it's like these elaborate stories, and I don't know where I am. I don't know what's going on. You hope I never do that. Listen, I enjoy these conversations. I really think that hang on, I'm just getting messages. I'm just going to check to make sure everything is okay. Okay, awesome. What are we talking about? That's, I did my content for the morning. I might be back later. I don't know if there are people who want to call in about legal stuff, about the strikes specifically. Are there any disagreeers? I'm having difficulty finding disagreeers. Hopefully we'll have the Drew Pavlo conversation that are willing to come on stream to talk about the strikes and defend them. I don't think I have a single debate on that. Well, I see one stream disagreement, Blue Magic 1. Who is this person? Yo, what up? What you got? Yo, what's good?
Hold on, I'm sorry. Wait, I got your stream on. Will you pause your stream?
You're good, man.
Hey, man, I had two things. First off, you ever get the feeling that, I think you said it, but you ever get the feeling that Connor is doing a lot of vibes-based reasoning?
Yeah, I get that feeling. I can't make sense of like his voting preference matrix where he's like, I would definitely not vote for Ted Cruz, but I definitely would vote for Nikki Haley. I definitely wouldn't vote for Pete Hegseth or Trump Jr. or something, but I might vote for JD Vance. I definitely would vote for Mark Kelly easily, but I would never even think about voting for Gavin Newsom, or he doesn't say this exactly, but like he would be much more reticent on Newsom or Walz. It just really bizarre to me.
Yeah, but it seems like the reason why is because of possible things that are, like kind of vague fears that have been put in his head from his previous abundance of conservative media consumption is what it feels like.
Maybe, yeah. The Hillary Clinton thing, we really got out of there quickly, right? When he's like,
she wanted to. That was a good example of like one specific example of him doing that. But I feel like it's just like all of that just kind of sitting in his head still.
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean.
But
second question I have for you, based on something Connor had actually had in a previous conversation. I think you watched some of the conversation. It was the WIC panel that he was on with Destiny and I forgot who else. Yeah.
Was this on Nuremberg style something?
Yes. Yeah. He was arguing that Trump was not doing anything illegal by sending in the National Guards because the courts have found that it was okay for him to do that. Actually,
no, I don't agree with that.
I see, because Destiny obviously said that's not true. The courts have not found that was a thing. But he was like super confident that was indeed, and he was like, I'm going to look it up, and then they never got back to it.
So it's and first, thank you so much for the bits, Hell's Advocate. Appreciate your comment. Connor spent time harping on something he later admitted was fake, then continue on the same premise that was foundationalized on that fake news. He's done that multiple times. Appreciate that, the bits. So it's in the courts, the deployment. Just keeping your mind, guys, like there are several different deployments. So there's Oregon, there's the one in Chicago, California, there's DC, and there's Tennessee and Memphis. And so these different deployments have different cases associated with them. And there are some rulings on the deployment itself, on the federalization, and then also on the conduct, on posse comitatus. And so there's one ruling that's heavily disputed right now in the Ninth Circuit that said that the federalization and deployment was allowed. This was a panel of 3, and right now it's like currently in heated back and forth and about whether or not the whole Ninth Circuit should hear it. Because there's a different ruling in Portland, which is a similar part of the Ninth Circuit, which found like contrary to that. And there's like a back and forth administrative stays. And so that's very much heavily litigated, the deployment. But there was a trial on posse comitatus in California, which found that it violated posse comitatus, what they were doing in California. And then separately in Illinois, in the Seventh Circuit, you have rulings upholding that this is an illegal deployment and it's not allowed under the facts and law. And then in DC recently, you had a decision saying that it was unlawful, the deployment there. So it's like the Ninth Circuit opinion that is being referenced. There was one opinion that suggested that it was a very, very deferential standard of review, and Trump had cleared the minimal judicial oversight in the specific deployment and federalization in that case. But again, heavily litigated right now. It's being appealed even further. And also there's another case in Portland under the Ninth Circuit where opposite conclusion, and obviously what's going on in the Seventh Circuit and in DC, totally separate, where they've ruled unlawful.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah.
And then also, even in the
sorry,
real quick, even in the California case where they held on the federalization and deployment, the district court found violations of posse comitatus. So even in the situation in which the Ninth Circuit, in this weird posture, approved of the federalization and deployment in this one case, in that specific case, they found the district court found there to be a violation of posse comitatus after a trial. So even in that situation, violations of the law.
Gotcha. I do want to slightly push back on this is kind of a vague disagreement, but I think it speaks to something that Connor had said. He was mentioning that you seem like you're more friendly with the Mehdi Hassan types. And listen, I think that Mehdi Hassan's based. Okay, listen, that guy's based. Sometimes he's a little cringe, but usually he's pretty based.
When is he cringe? I do agree. Sometimes he's cringe, but when do you think he's cringe?
He gets a little unhinged about anything having to do with Israel. He gets pretty unhinged. But I mean, in general, like I appreciate his unabashed anti-maggot sentiment. That's really good.
Yeah.
But I think the feeling that Connor might get from you, and at the end of the day, Connor's a Republican, so it doesn't matter much. But you do seem to have like a lot more allegiance with like some like the Majority Report crowd, more so than like somebody like Hutch. Like it seems like you'll disagree way more with Hutch than you will like with anybody from like the Majority Report.
Well, I interact with Hutch a lot more. To be frank with you, like right. I watch Majority Report here and there. It's not like a daily thing that I watch, and when I watch it, it's usually for some piece of news in which I'm probably likely to agree with them on it. So it's some piece of embarrassment news from Trump, some piece of like funny thing that's going to clown on Tim Pool or something. And so to the extent that I'm interacting with Majority Report, it's not as regularly as with Hutch, and I'm self-selecting the videos that I want to watch. Are like I'm not just all the time consuming their takes on socialism versus capitalism, whatever that is, or right. their takes on
housing
if they're in favor of that. So I admit there's a self-selection bias there, and I just interact with more stuff that with Hutch. So I understand where that impression might come from, but there's also some areas I think of core agreement with the lefties and core disagreement with Hutch that just keeps repeating itself in new ways. And that is that I want the leadership of the Democratic legislative caucuses to change. That is a core area of agreement between me and the lefties. And that core agreement on that issue keeps repeating in different ways on different topics. And so because that is like a persistent felt criticism that and debate, and it's manifesting like these ritual conversations that stretch topics from like the current CR to like the optics and the media strategy when it comes to the strikes. It's just ways of repeating that same conflict. And so I think it's over giving the impression that I agree more with lefties on stuff. But if I interacted with them more, I'm sure we would see more disagreement. I have no tolerance for something with Hassan as well, where like I consume of the Hassan content that I watch. I usually watch Thanksgiving every Thanksgiving because I think it's funny to watch. But that's more because I like seeing Jank and him interact, and I think I also like family dynamics oftentimes and different things I'll watch, and I usually think it's like a funny thing to watch. And I watch some of Hassan's coverage of the like election posts, like the poll stuff, and him covering some of the election stuff. But I don't watch a lot of that stuff. So maybe that's what gives that impression. But I'm not like withholding criticism of those groups, or do you feel that I am?
No. I mean, I think you do have like your core agreement. You're like, I think that the leadership should turn down for this reason. I think that you have reasons that are to essentially just help the Democrats win. But I think that you'll see a lot of lefties, Hassan especially, and I would even probably put people like Emma from the Majority Report and maybe Kyle Kalinske in the camp as well, where they are just shitting on the leadership because they just want to shit on the Dems, because their audience loves when you shit on the Dems. Like it's a different dynamic than the reason that you have for wanting to shit on the leadership is to make the Democratic Party stronger. And the reason
I think you
that
might be
they
right.
want to shit on the leadership is different.
So here's where I'll meet you. So I think that there is overlapping like Venn diagram on reasons why we shit on leadership. I shit on leadership to the extent that it applies. Jeffries isn't that old, but to the extent that they're old, I shit on them for that. So do they. I shit on them for being out of touch. So do they. I shit on them for being weak. So do they. I am sometimes critical of their ideological positions, certainly, but it's less ideological in that sense. And theirs is also, right, they have the addition of the following other things, which is they're anti-establishment as a premise, in that they, from an ideological perspective, they never have supported these people and largely don't associate with a lot of those views. And so I do think there's an ideological component that predates the current moment and is more deep with respect to ideas. And then also on Israel, on specific issues that aren't really like just the optics of anti-establishment, whatever, or populism. They are just deeply committed on issues like Israel, etc., and especially on foreign policy, to be counter to like the standard Democrat position as understood prior to this populist wave. So I agree that it's for a variety of other circumstances and reasons that they criticize them, in addition to the ones that we hold in common. But I don't really see what I can do about that, or what I ought to do about that. Should I change my view on whether Schumer should leave because they have this opinion? I happen to
No. I think your opinion I think is valid because of the reasons that you have for sharing the Democratic Party is completely different than what they would have. So I think that you have just valid reasoning for doing what you do. For example, when they're talking about Israel, like you guys, I think, agree more on Israel than you guys agree on like Ukraine, right? Because they're usually pretty skeptical, iffy about the Ukraine war, about what we shouldn't for support. But like when it comes to the Palestinians, it's we need to cut off all aid to Israel and basically
that's my position right now. My position is to cut off aid to Israel.
And listen, that's a position. That's fine. But then you would also think we should support Ukraine and give them as much aid as possible, right?
Yep.
That's probably a position that you won't find much agreement with that whole crowd, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure on the Ukraine stuff. My sense is because they kind of bought, or my intuition is, I don't know this to be true, that Kyle or Crystal or some of these people, certainly Emily, I think, would be like Russiagate, like this whole Russia nonsense. Right. And I would certainly fight very hard on that point. And that usually coincides or often coincides with Ukraine's skeptical views, but it doesn't necessarily entail them. But on Ukraine, I certainly support maximal aid to Ukraine. And if it came up a lot, I would talk about it. But it's just like, I'm not sure if it's not something I focus on, and because I'm consciously like, I'm not looking to disagree with left-wing people who agree on what I think are the more fundamental issues. Even on Israel-Palestine, like I would make common cause with pro-Israel people if it meant kicking Trump out of power. To me, the Trump issue, the structural issue of this country, is vastly more important because it's the only means by which, like, if we lose America, then this is just the first domino. Like the atrocities that we're seeing will be further and deepened. And so the first thing we need to do is take control of this government and prevent it from falling. So yeah, like that is my proximate concern. And so just like Josiah, and I associate with myself with him in this, it is my active effort to seek out and torch conservative Trumpian type influence and thought and to be a bulwark against it. When those disagreements come up with left-wing people, like they often do in the context of our Live and Learn panel, because we're just around each other, I will certainly voice them, but it's not something I'm like trying to actively avoid it when it comes up. It just, what I'm trying to actively do is to fight Trumpism. And so that's why that's my sort of conscious object.
Okay. All right. All right. That's pretty much all I had. Just wanted to give, I just want to ask you about those two things, and then, kind of give you the perspective I think that Connor's having.
So wait, what did you say about Connor? I missed that.
I said I just wanted to give you. I wanted to ask you those two questions and give
sure.
you the perspective that I think that Connor might have when he's talking about like how you're sympathizing more with like.
Yeah, but that's broader than that. That has to do, like, the thing is, I'm not associating myself with them because, they're not really right. Like, I'm more associating myself with Connor himself than I am with Majority Report or with Hassan Piker. Like, I don't collab with those people. Yeah, I mean,
no. I think
Aaron,
more so like your political alignments, I think, is what he was saying.
Oh, okay. Well, because the alternative to, I did support Mamdani before the primary was over for sure, but it's because he was the viable alternative, and also because I thought he was energetic and youthful and inspiring, and that's why I supported him. But it's not like I don't think that it should be. That was true of like fucking Hutch and some of the other people. So I don't really see that as the heart of the criticism against me. I think the heart of the criticism against me is this like notion, because I defended Hassan Piker on the global entry issue at one time, and because I was critical that Ethan Klein lied about why he was doing his lawsuit, which I still maintain both those positions as strongly as I did, if not stronger, than when I first uttered them, that they have this inclination that I'm trying to like to ingratiate myself with those communities specifically, and to try to like to do this grifting shit to appeal to an audience. That's where it comes from. It doesn't really come from the ideological portion, I don't think.
Yeah, and to be clear, I don't think you're grifting. I think you're a genuine person that like just sees a potential route to grow political power is more how I read it. But I'm curious. Like, you're saying you're critical of Ethan Klein for lying on the lawsuit, but I feel like
lying about the reasons he filed it.
Right. Yes. I feel like that's okay to be critical about, but then when it has came to light that Hassan basically lied about the entirety, about the whole situation when it came to that whole him getting detained, it feels like there was almost little to no criticisms about that.
Well, no, when I did the analysis, I started by saying that I think he lied. So there's no. So what I think he lied about though is not the questions that were being asked or the nature of those questions. What I think he lied about was the time and the duration. But I don't think he lied that he was revoked global entry. I don't think he lied that he was asked questions like that, because he's not the only one who's being asked questions like that, and it's not the only case. And it relates to the hyperstining of his global entry, which we later find out is almost certainly the rationale for why he was stopped, because he was in the global entry line and he had his global entry revoked prior to even re-entering the country. And so people say, don't you know, because they mess up the timeline. They're like, it's come out that like Hassan has lied about all these different things and that should affect your analysis. No, I went into the analysis on the assumption that he was lying about the amount of time that he was being detained. But you had so none of those like quote unquote revelations affected it because they were assumed as part of what I was saying. The problem is you have people when I have that opinion who will say things like he wasn't even detained. They'll say that, or they'll say something like, even if it were the case that he were detained because of what he had to say about Israel or the Houthis or whatever, it would be justified to do so. That's what I was dealing with. Or people who were, and the reason I talked about it so much was people were pushing me, and I was giving what I think is the correct rights perspective take, which is no, even assuming that he were saying what he were saying about the Houthis or America deserting 9/11, all that stuff, that doesn't rise to what you would need to detain someone for the related to their views, unless it was plausibly related to some kind of criminal investigation attendant to his presence in the airport, but it wasn't, and there's no reasonable justification for that stop based on his views, and that is the most likely basis for why he was stopped.
Yeah, I mean, but like even if you believe all that, it just feels weird that you were, you just didn't. It seemed like you didn't want to criticize the fact that he lied, and I feel like it's a big deal that he lied, right? Like, isn't that a huge deal that he like lied about all that?
I assume streamers lie a lot. I think it's bad to lie, so it's bad that he lied. I was never defending him for lying about that, and I think he did lie. I think he lied about the dog thing. Yeah, right. Yeah, he's milking it but you know what? I don't really have a problem with him signal boosting it because I think it. I have a problem with the embellishments and lies, obviously, but I don't have a problem signal boosting it because I think the administration
those go hand in
is
hand
doing
in this
it.
case.
What's that?
Well, in this case, those go hand in hand.
The embellishments and promoting it and lying and promoting it.
Yeah, because he embellished it so hard, it got a lot of media attention.
I think
it was probably like a pretty routine thing.
I think it's a newsworthy. No, that's where we're wrong. I think the newsworthiness of it is the fact that he was stopped and asked those questions, not the amount of duration of it. Even if they never ended up stopping him, if there was a directive to stop, and they didn't, so this is the problem, right? Like people are just misconstruing what I view as the harm. The harm isn't the length of the stop. I'm not saying that his freedoms were oppressed for a significant amount of time. I'm not saying that he suffered tremendously. People misconstrue what the First Amendment is there to safeguard. It says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. It's not even literally a right that's given, even though it's part of the Bill of Rights. It's more of a presumption of something being unjustified that the government does. It's a restriction on government action. In other words, Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. And when Congress does that, either through passing a law or allowing for an agency to exist, and the agency interprets its act so as to violate the Constitution in the First Amendment. So that Congress moniker applies to the executive branch too. It's not just for the literal legislative branch. But when Congress does it, when the federal government does that, we all suffer. And the injury is in the viewpoint discrimination, not necessarily the individual deprivation that occurred to Hassan, which, in the light of everything that's occurred in the universe and certainly on planet Earth, very minimal, right? He was detained for what, 10, 15, 20, who knows? Even if it was 1 minute, even if it was 0 time. What is the problem is that the government is considering as part of its rationale, as a primary motivation for the stop, the viewpoints of this individual. That is the problem. And whether it was a minimal stop or whatever, that's the issue. Now, and that's what I think is a newsworthy element of it, is the fact, and they're continuing too, right? Like they're checking everyone's social medias. They're checking for anti-American views now explicitly. They're even saying it. Like they have this whole regime against Antifa, and they're looking into Democratic groups, and they're looking based on your ideology, based on who you support, on the pretext of some of these other things. So this was very foreseeable, I think. And we need to appreciate when the government is doing something wrong, even if it's to someone that we don't like, that we need to stand up for them. And even when they embellish and lie about the specific incident in question.
Yeah, I feel like the main point is just I feel like I have a feeling like what happened with the entire stop, and you can tell me if you disagree, but I have a feeling like it was more so like something in the system flagged him for some type of reason, so they had to question him for just a routine thing, and they questioned him, and then it was like a really quick thing. As soon as the song got out, he was like, "Oh, I could totally fucking make a video about this." Tweets,
but do you understand?
and then
Wait.
blow all this up.
Do you understand? You're begging the question, right? Like saying it's a routine thing is assuming
I'm
the
not
whole
sure.
thing in
That's why
dispute, right?
I'm giving you my impression of it, and I want you. And if you disagree, you can disagree.
Yeah.
That's just my impression of everything.
I think when people say it's a routine thing, it's a circular reasoning. They're assuming their argument that it's routine is it's routine. Well, what's the argument that it's routine? You have to have actually a case for it being routine. And how people can make the argument that routine is like, well, people get stopped for all sorts of different various things, even like stupid things, right? But we all grant that you can be stopped for all sorts of things. The question is this stop, what is the most likely for this specific stop, do we think was the rationale? And we have later found out that he had his global entry revoked weeks before he returned from France to the United States. And that revocation of global entry, after he was granted it in February, right? He was taken away in March. Weeks after it was granted in February, it's taken away. No one can plausibly come up with a reason of why they would have revoked his global entry in March after it had been granted in February that is unconnected to his views that he was expressing while inside the country, right? So none of his conduct outside of the country, when he hasn't even left, could have possibly, just because of the temporality of time, affected the decision to revoke global entry while he's in the country weeks after it was granted. And that leads to I think that, I don't even know how it's contestable. He made this statement right after the whole thing happened with Rick Scott, with some of the comments on the Houthis and the Israel-Palestine stuff going on at that time. And those are specifically things he was asked about in his interview, as he alleges. And it all falls in line. It all falls in line. And it happens right when they're doing what they're doing to Mahmoud Khalil, right when they're detaining Rameza Ozturk, all in that early mid-March period. It's all happening then. And given the conduct of this administration, you should take also a negative inference that the administration has not provided a rationale whatsoever other than the conclusory statement that it was routine. If it was something legitimate, why wouldn't they just state the reason? That should give you or imply a negative inference given what questions they asked him, that they had just granted him global entry, given that everything else in the discrimination field vis-a-vis immigration and travel is happening at this very time, and the fact that the only thing they say is it's routine and in a conclusory fashion. That should all indicate to you that he was probably stopped on the border related to him not having global entry. He went in the global entry line. Right. It had just been revoked. It is not a huge leap to say he was probably stopped because it had been revoked. It was flagged. And why was it flagged? If his stop relates to the revocation, then it relates to the reason of the revocation. And the reason of the revocation, you can't give a plausible case that it's anything that's unconnected to his viewpoints expressed in the United States.
Well, is him getting his global entry revoked like the problem for you? Like
huge problem, yeah.
Why?
Because if you are revoking government benefits like global entry on the basis of one's expressed viewpoint on an issue, or based on the content. So people have this view that viewpoint versus content-based restrictions are also subject to strict scrutiny under First Amendment jurisprudence. So I say viewpoint discrimination, but even if it were merely content-based discrimination, that is strict scrutiny. And it would be like saying that, oh, you can't have a license because you've expressed views in favor of Islamic terrorists. And yes,
not
it
license.
would. Yeah,
like
why not? Why not?
Wait,
why not?
It was like a no-fly list.
Why?
Because that's more akin to like a no-fly list.
Wait, so just talk me through. Why is it not like the license?
Because he can still fly.
So they're both privileges, right? They're not rights, correct?
Yeah, but it's a different type of privilege, right?
What do you mean different type of privilege?
Like being able to drive. Like being able to drive is
a privilege.
It's a privilege, but being able to get on board early on a flight or
is a privilege.
Yeah, exactly. But not being able to fly is a bigger deal than not being able to get on like the expedited line.
That's your subjective belief. that it's a bigger deal not to drive. I imagine for most people that's the deal, but maybe not for people who don't own cars or people who live in cities. I'm not actually sure that that's even true for most like city dwellers. But even if that is true, that's the fact that it's different doesn't mean that it's a distinction with a difference. In other words, what people were trying to say is, well, you don't have a right to global entry. But that doesn't resolve the case, because we would never accept this kind of content-based or viewpoint-based discrimination of a privilege. So there's something else that's going on here. It's not just the fact that you don't have an entitlement to global entry, which you don't have an entitlement to global entry, just like you don't have an entitlement to a license. So you need to come up with some other reason why it's justified.
Do you think that it would be just as big a deal if Hassan got no-fly listed?
What do you mean? When you say big deal, you mean personally? Do I think it would be a bigger deal?
No, like it would be just as much as a violation of his rights.
I don't know. In the same sense, yes. I mean, it would be a greater imposition, in my personal opinion, on his prerogatives, on his benefits. It would be a greater imposition, certainly, on his daily life if you were on a no-fly list. I mean, I don't have a problem saying that. The question is, why is it a distinction with a difference? Why is it not raise a problem for you when the government, when it doles out any benefit, is considering it to negatively affect you in the giving of that benefit, like your political views? It would be like, for example, and now there are some things that are sui generis where, the president is going to appoint his immediate officials, presumably based on their political viewpoints. And that really is not in the domain of First Amendment cognizable claims. And so same things with like classification authorities and the determination of who's authorized to receive that information. But those are like very narrow circumstances that I think are like sui generis, where you're really stretching the limits. But in all other government benefits and privileges, regardless of their rights, we would never say that it would be acceptable for if the public teachers, whatever public school board you have, like, we are not hiring Republicans as public school teachers. Are you entitled to a job? Wait, just answer this. You're not entitled to a job with the with whatever district, right? You're not entitled to that, right?
No,
yeah,
for
right.
sure, for sure.
So this privilege analysis it's not getting people where it needs to go.
Is there ever a reason to no-fly list anybody?
Yeah, on grounds that are unrelated to one's particular expressed viewpoints. So a determination that these people are a risk unconnected to mere expression of political thought. So, for example, like if this guy has a criminal history, if this person presents a risk because maybe you could even say they're in a process in that they're like about to be indicted, or there's a sealed indictment or something, or maybe there's a court determination that this person is like a domestic risk, where there's at least an arena in which there's been some kind of determination that's not based on their political expressed views. Otherwise, you'd be saying something like this, that Trump could come out tomorrow and say, Democrats have a higher tendency towards violence because they are all in agreement with Antifa. And so all registered Democrats, no-fly list. Would you say that's wrong?
Of course.
Of course. Now, would you say like, well, what if it's correct that Democrats have a tendency larger than Republicans towards violence? I was asking if I really genuinely did not know the reasons why we no-fly list people. I heard that Nick Fuentes was no-fly listed, but I think he was just saying that to promote himself. Like, yeah, I'm not sure if that's true.
Kind of look.
If it's true, and if it was based merely on an expressed will, as opposed to some other reason where he is under subpoena or something, or there's some kind of legal process that we're not aware of, then yeah, I mean, I would have a problem with that too. I just didn't know the facts of that situation. But that's problematic.
I think he was probably just giving himself that bad boy look type of thing.
Would you grant that, for example, revoking global entry because someone is Muslim, you would say that that's a violation, right?
If it was just because they're Muslim, yeah.
If you revoke global entry because they're pro-Palestine, you'd say that's a problem, right?
Of course.
If they revoke global entry because they said Hamas is justified in their fight against Israel, you'd say that's unjustified, right?
I would say that's unjustified, yeah.
If it was revoked because, they said Hamas is even justified to go against all Israeli citizens because they're all, part of the genocidal regime, you think that would be unacceptable, right?
I would think that's unacceptable. Yeah.
Yeah. So
can I shortcut this a little bit?
Yeah.
What is a reason why somebody might have their global entry revoked?
For things like they have a criminal record, for things like they have violations of customs, like they did not declare certain things potentially. If they've like presented as a risk before they had an incident, let's say, if it could be it could be like the fact that they
wasn't
I'm gonna be wait let me finish. If you put an income threshold to global entry, that would be acceptable. If you put an age threshold to income threshold, that or to global entry, that would be acceptable. If you said something like you need to make $1 million a year to be on global entry, that would be fine. As a policy, it'd be fucking stupid. But as a constitutional matter, there's tons of criteria, neutral criteria you could apply to global entry, or that you need to go through a certain background check. But the determination cannot be couched and grounded in your political view when the government does it. That's what it means to have a government that is not supposed to make these distinctions and that respects the First Amendment.
What's the I don't know what this word means, but I'm sure you can tell me. What's the strict scrutiny?
It's a way that courts analyze certain government action, which is said to fall in like the core of rights or frameworks, legal frameworks. So in the context of the First Amendment or Equal Protection Clause, if something is right around the center of what those amendments were crafted to protect, then very often the action by the government or the law is going to be struck down as unconstitutional unless they can meet a certain kind of burden, which is that there's a really, really good reason for the government to do this, and the thing that they're doing is no more narrow than it needs to be to address that issue. So that's all a way of saying if certain laws interact with speech in a particular way, we are going to be very, very, very harsh to those laws. But other ways in which they interact with speech, it won't be. So I'll give you an example. Unprotected speech in this country includes incitement, includes CSAM. Those are unprotected forms of speech. So we don't apply strict scrutiny to those categorically unprotected speeches. We also don't apply strict scrutiny to certain kind of neutral laws of general applicability that only affect like the time, place, and manner of speech, or that affect speech only incidentally, where the primary purpose really is to get to some other underlying issue, and it's not really targeted at the content or the viewpoint of the speech. So that's ways in which in the courts will deal with those laws that are either categorically aimed at unprotected speech or that have these different purposes with a lower standard, and they'll allow the law probably to exist. But when you are dealing in the realm of these like content-based, viewpoint-based restrictions, you're in like the most protected areas of speech, and the court is going to say, unless you can show me the utmost reason, the most compelling purpose that is narrowly tailored, we're not going to uphold the law. An example of that might be like certain national security issue, like the case Korematsu, which has been, at least in dicta, overturned. The basis of doing these kind of racial camps was for the purpose of like fighting World War II. And that's kind of where you can think of the kind of compelling interest that you need to show to uphold these laws.
Gotcha. You don't think that this would pass the strict scrutiny test?
Hell no.
Can't you make the case like he is like a danger to the public if he is trying to incite some kind of violence?
That's your case to make, first of all. So one of the key things about strict scrutiny is the burden of proof is on the government instantly. And so, yeah. So what is the empirical basis to think that the type of person that Hassan presents is likely to commit crimes?
I'm not sure him himself, but more so like he's riling up a crowd in order to stoke the flames that will lead to violence. Like I think the reason why he got rejected was because of the kill Rick Scott statement, right?
Yeah, you're just reintroducing the problem, right? So the Rick Scott comment, that to sort of do a restriction based on that comment, you would need to justify why you would under this tiers of scrutiny analysis why that comment is unlawful, or that it would, and we have a framework for that, which is true threat and incitement, and it doesn't fit the bill. Like, we have true threats that are protected where people have said, LBJ, you're in my sights, or something like that. And they have, we have all sorts of colorful and, metaphor that's protected. True threats would not cover what Hassan did. And that's how it would be analyzed. And the way we know that is we have comparator cases where much stronger facts that look like way more threatening, as opposed to a statement that it's like conditional in a tweet, and which doesn't actually call for any violence or anything. It's not targeted at Rick Scott specifically and DM to him or message. It's to the general public. I don't think it's going to fit the bill. It's not going to fit that analysis. It's not a true threat. It's not incitement either. Incitement needs imminence. It needs intent. And none of that is going to be shown here. It just seems like the statement is not going to be a category of unprotected speech. And you're not going to be able to do a kind of strict scrutiny analysis here where it's going to pass. Like what? The type of person Hassan, the type of person who would say that comment represents a compelling threat to the United States? Give me a break. And that a law which gives basically untailored discretion for random CBP officers to make the determination that that's a narrowly tailored law to that purpose? No, it's going to fail.
I mean, listen, you might have like a good grasp on why you feel so strongly about, this specific case. It just, I think at the time it felt weird because you were so adamant about criticizing somebody like Ethan Klein. But you were
the Ethan Klein thing came after. Wait, no, the Ethan Klein thing.
I know. It was in the same general time though. It
was in the same general time. It was unfortunate. I didn't even know about the Ethan Klein lawsuit. I just did that for fun, and because my editor, I was going home, and to my parents' house, and so I was traveling that day, and he's just like, "Hey, do this a reaction to the Ethan Klein thing." And he just so very obviously is lying about the purpose of the lawsuit. And so I'm just like reacting good time. I say things like, this lawsuit seems strong in the facts, even though the complaint's unhinged. And even to this day, people will at me being like, Pisco owned that the lawsuit is making progress. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm the one who said it's like, there are so many statements of me saying categorically the lawsuit, the facts are strong for infringement. There's so many statements in my very first statement. It's in my very first tweet. It's the very first line of my first tweet. It's definitely the conclusion. I think the title of or at least the thumbnail of that initial video I put is like strong case of infringement, but unhinged filing or something like that. But to this day, people will say, oh, look, it looks like Ethan might settle with one of these, Pisco BTFO'd. They don't care about what I'm actually saying. They just care that it's vaguely against Ethan. And so it's all about personalities. And I think the same thing about Hassan. They don't care to hear what I'm saying, the analysis. And when we run the analysis, they all falter. Obviously, the revocation was because of things he was saying. They would not have just decided randomly to recheck his fucking global entry weeks after they granted it unless they were prompted to. And they were prompted to, obviously, because Hassan is a big personality and he was saying shit. And that's why they prompted it, let alone rescinded it. And it's all based on the same rationale that they were given to deport all these people, that these are anti-Americans spreading dangerous ideologies. And so they want to give the Trump administration, the DHS under this creature, Kristi Noem, the benefit of the doubt. So putting aside the argument here, just imagine not taking a negative inference against everything the administration is doing and say, unless you convince me that your basis was responsible and was proper under the law, we're not going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Imagine my shock. I'm not actually shocked after I found out that people are coming at me for going after the administration, but they construed it not as an attack on the administration. They construed it as a defense of Hassan. Pisco defends Hassan. That's what they were mad about, just like Pisco attacks Ethan. It really wasn't about what I was saying. And I stand firmly on every position I had there. If I thought differently, I would say so. It's not like my ego's wrapped up in it. If it really came out that the revocation of the global entry was indisputably about some other matter, then absolutely I would rescind that position. But that hasn't been produced because it almost certainly doesn't exist.
Well, I guess can reasonable minds disagree on where you are versus I watched you and Destiny argue about this. You feel like Destiny's being unreasonable, or feel like he has a reasonable interpretation? It's just different than where you are. Or?
No, he grants my argument. I asked him directly, and he's on video. Like I have to like take a step back sometimes and be like, you guys realize Steven said directly that the most likely explanation, he said it to Dan, was that they revoked his global entry because of his speech. So it's not even disputed that that's, at least between him and I, about what the most likely reason was for that revocation.
Well, I didn't dispute that in this conversation.
I'm just going to say it one more time for the audience. He does not dispute the factual concern here, right? The factual issue, like, because that's how it's painted, is Pisco is so crazy, he'll just believe anything Hassan will say. But the factual component of relevance is not disputed, which is that he most likely had his global entry revoked because of his speech. The only difference of opinion seems to be the interpretation, what we should take from that fact that we seem to agree is the most likely outcome. And I want to stress, we agree that is the most likely outcome. So I don't want to hear about, well, you're just believing it, because that doesn't play any relevance. You agree? It doesn't play any relevance, the factual disputes, if we agree on the important, relevant discrimination point, correct? It doesn't matter that he lies about a collateral matter if there's fundamental agreement of the basis of the revocation, correct?
Yeah, no, I granted you with that in this conversation already. I said that it was probably because of the Rick Scott statement.
Yeah, if it's probably because of the Rick Scott statement, that's something he said that's protected speech. Just like it would be to say something like, for example, that Charlie Kirk, I'm not saying that Charlie Kirk, we shouldn't condemn the shooting. I'm not saying that, but some people have said that we shouldn't condemn. The same First Amendment that would protect the unhinged speech about Scott and would protect Republicans should be scared. And that should be the most obvious conclusion in the world. And the fact that I'm willing to die on a hill and say, fuck the administration for trying to scare the American people when they are choosing to exercise their rights the way they want to. Like, it was so obvious I was going to come out and defend Stephen when he was being attacked on that point. It's not a point about personalities. It's a point about what you will accept from the government. And yes, the nature of the detainment in the Hassan case, in the grand scheme of things, is it the biggest deprivation? No. But it was a signal of what they were willing to do to American citizens, and I saw it precisely for what it was. And so many other people, in my opinion, were blinded to it because of their rage at Hassan. And that can't be right. We can't be giving shelter to these cretins in the administration because of our hatred of other lefties. That cannot be smart.
Yeah, no. I listen. I get what you're saying. I'm just. It felt weird at the time when it felt like the actual like facts of what came out about that. You kind of glossed over the negatives of what Hassan did, and when it came to the Ethan Klein lawsuit, even though you did say, yeah, it's probably a strong case, but this is unhinged. I mean, look at this. This is insane. This is so stupid. Why would they do this? You know what I mean? That felt like the majority of the meat of the video.
Oh,
when it came to Hassan, it was more
humor. Well,
opposite.
Well, first of all, I understand what you're saying, right? But just to understand how it feels like to someone who, when we see these kinds of lawsuits, typically in the YouTube context, I'm not saying always. Usually the big guy going after the little guy, people aren't like impressed by these lawsuits, okay? Now, sometimes they say fuck around and find out, 100%. But when I see someone like, in the context of these like reaction things, especially when, yeah, it's probably infringement, but it's also the kind of cultural norm. Am I super like, wow, amazing fucking lawsuit because you're using the money you have to go after smaller creators? Now, whether they deserve it, I don't really know the nature of what like the separate stuff that's alleged towards them. Maybe they're bad as people, but as a starting fact, people have this assumption like I should be in support of these lawsuits in the context of kind of norms that we all live by in the YouTube space. And honestly, some norms that are harmful, but they are norms nonetheless. And what people will tell me, you see the difference is, Pisco, the difference is they stated that they were intentionally siphoning, that they intentionally wanted to, and when people, I laugh at them as though that were a rationale that separates, this cultural practice of online, or crucially, what Ethan was arguing for was a legal distinction that would justify his own lawsuits. Because, and here's why it's such a point in my piece as I look back at it, or in my reaction. The mere fact that he has to make an explanation for suing these people apart from they infringe my copyright suggests that Ethan is aware of the reflexive, like, oh, you're suing? That's kind of weird. But also aware that he's not suing XQC and Asmongold. And so the whole fakery of it, and the whole need to have to do that, he starts the video saying there was this thing called ReactGate, and he has to paint this whole thing, this whole narrative, because he's well aware that people have this look at like fucking React World. Remember React World? These guys, the Fine Brothers?
Yeah.
People don't like litigious folk on YouTube. They roll their eyes at the DMCA. They roll their eyes at claims of infringement. Now, is it the case that they'll sometimes go after like blatant infringers? They'll be like, this is fucked up. Why are you doing this? But yeah, Ethan was on that train. But that applies, right? That reflexive anger applies not just to people whose stated views are to siphon revenue, but also people who are obviously intending to siphon revenue as a natural consequence of what they're doing, which includes XQC and Asmongold. And Ethan, even in a video I watched when he was going after XQC, said, you are intentionally siphoning. Look at what you're doing with the thumbnail. You're copying the thumbnail, you're copying the title, and you're putting your face on it. So even Ethan construed what XQC and them were doing as intentional siphoning. And so as I think about it, I'm like, yeah, I understand that I like harped on that point a little bit. One, it's because of all the pushback that I was getting, but two, it really does put into perspective the level of hypocrisy this is. Because if this were really a stand to impose the cultural norms, he would do the difficult thing, the culturally hard thing, which is to go after those big fry, but he has to invent some fake narrative based on no legal justification. There is no legal justification for thinking that the ruling on fair use that will come out of this lawsuit will be so much better than one pursued by Disney or Sony. That's his words that he put in his video. And so as I think about it more, I start to think, wow, they sat around and thought, how do we justify suing these people and not these other people when it's so obviously like, not that there's anything wrong necessarily with Spite. Yeah, they didn't like them because they fucked with them in other areas. But then don't try to lie to us when you're claiming when you genuinely have done great things for fair use in the lawsuit defense in the SDNY. Where that's a great opinion. I think that's wonderful work that Ethan did, and that I have recognized. Don't try to sell us that that's what you're doing here, because this is not a lawsuit about protecting the React community, and don't make it bigger than that. And don't lie to us and say that what XQC and Asmongold are doing, that somehow they haven't crossed the decent, like the boundary of good taste and of clearly unprotected fair use, not fair use.
Yeah, I mean, I figured, I thought it was kind of implied that he's doing it because of spite reasons, even if he didn't say that in the actual video.
No, but then why
the reasons that he also gave?
Why say the other part? Like, why say this is to protect against lawsuits that we might get from like entities like Disney and Sony by establishing a precedent? Why say that also, by the way, when now there's settlement discussions? So this was all bullshit then. There are all these settlement negotiations, and they'll probably settle, right? That's what we're meant to believe, that they're just going to settle. So what was this whole thing about establishing a precedent? Was it a litigation precedent? Good fucking luck. How many people are going to be willing to, and to the extent that it does, I'm not sure the React community will be better for it. It's just going to encourage more litigiousness. And when you step back and think about it, do people really want that? Do people really want us to go to these boomer judges out in the Ninth Circuit for them to determine what fair use is when they're going to be very sympathetic to the claims of the rights holders? I guarantee you that, and not so much for the reactors. And so this whole thing about we're trying to protect the React community, establish good precedent, fuck that. That's not going to happen as a result of this lawsuit. And now that you're settling, there's no chance for, if that's the case, if that's what they're actually going to do is settle, you're not going to get a good opinion that's applicable to beyond your case. If you do get it, it's likely to be detrimental to what everyone considers to be okay reactions, at least in the current meta. But ultimately, it just puts to a lie the whole purpose of it and further vindicates me. And I think that like in time, maybe people will see it. I understand that it was close in time to my Hassan commentary, so but I don't care. I'm just going to tell you what I feel, and this was a situation in which people were pushing, and I did not let go because I was right, and I think I'm going to be proven in the course of time.
So you're saying it's your audience that does it?
Well, I think I think there is overlap, significant overlap with EGG, and they have their own incentives. I'm not going to speculate on that, but I think that was a big factor. Those videos were downloaded. Usually my videos are very well received by my audience, but there really was this feeling, I think, that was being pushed, and it kind of catalyzed with the whole Econoboy thing, that I was doing a pivot in this kind of bad faith way ideologically. I have not shifted 1 inch. 1 inch. I'm always the lib-pilled person I was, never changed, never will change. That's who I am. I mean, I can't promise that, but I don't expect to change on that. And I wasn't trying to, like I could have done, if I really wanted to be fucking just a total grifter, I could do that. The conservative pivot I would have, if I just was merely interested in money, all this stuff, I could do an insane conservative pivot, an insane socialist pivot like you've never seen before. Why don't I do it? Well, maybe because I believe what I'm saying.
Okay. Do you ever feel like your the pushback that you used to get from Steven was a little bit, it helped you round out some of your arguments? And I know you get that now with Hutch, but you feel like you don't get that as much anymore?
Thank you for the super chat. Sorry, I'm in the conversation, but I'll react to it in a second. I don't think that. I think I'm always testing my ideas. I think Steven is a good debater. I think he has good moments, and I think that he does challenge people. But I don't think that he had a moderating influence on me, if that's what you're implying. If anything, I think that I influence a lot of people in DGG with some of my takes. Yeah, but I didn't really feel.
I would agree with that. Even Destiny himself, I think when you guys had a lot of law stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think challenging in terms of rhetoric, in terms of being more entertaining, perhaps. I don't think that I'm the most entertaining. Thank you so much, Matt. I really do appreciate the subs and all that stuff. But I don't think ideologically, again, because it's all kind of premise on this notion that I've changed, and I don't think I have. I think I've always recognized Trump for what it was. I've always been lib-pilled, and so in the sense of moderating, I didn't need a soundboard to be a more hinged version of myself. I've just always felt. Now that's not to say that unconsciously I might not have been influenced by people. I'm not saying that, but I think in the domain of politics, I don't think that that's the reason I've gone different, because I don't think I've gone different.
No, I don't think ideologically you probably haven't gone different. I more so the alliances that people have felt that you've been building, including Connor, which is why I brought it up. I think is from more so not hearing a lot of pushback from their commentary. I think obviously if you were still in the community, you probably hear a lot of people talk about the insane takes that Emma has had, or insane takes that Crystal Ball has had, or things I've heard that nature.
That all seeps through though. I hear criticisms of Crystal on the Alyssa Slotkin interview. If you believe it, I still haven't watched it. But maybe that's on me. I should watch that interview because people were really going after her. I kind of view her role a little different. I do view her as a journalist, and so I do think that people have this view that pundits should have the same marching orders as journalists. Maybe you can say that she's more favorable to lefty people, and that very well could be the case. So I'll take that criticism in good stride. The stuff seeps through, so I definitely see it. In terms of alliance, I've talked to counterpoints longer than I talked to Steven. I talked to counterpoints since 2020. He was one of the first people in these debate. I have videos going way back of him and I exchanging. So there's this notion that counterpoints and I that's a recent thing. No, I've always talked to counterpoints. I've always liked chatting with counterpoints. I talk to people who I think I can have an interesting conversation with. If that's Aaron, if that's counterpoints, if that's random lib, if it's whatever, it's usually conversations I want to have, but people kind of view more into it. They're this is an expression of his ideal political unity. If that was the case, I wouldn't be contemplating a fucking show as I was with Rob Noor. I was thinking about, maybe this would be fun, like a Hannity and Colmes thing. It was more content brain in a way to have my ideas expressed with people who I find more interesting. Sometimes the agreement, when I would jump on stream, it would often be to disagree. It wouldn't be to just agree with everything. And that's not my, I live on that internal conflict. Even within myself, it's a fault sometimes I see that I will instantly reject new things that I hear. Even this morning, someone said a phrase. They said, what did they say? They said estoppel, entrapment by estoppel. And I'm like, oh, this person's confused. I've never heard this term. But it is an actual term. Now, I don't think it applies, but I was too quick to reject that. And, I regret that because I think that that's like a tick of mine. But I do have a more like contentious streak in me. And the people who I choose to have conversations with should reflect like the conversations I want to have, not necessarily the political alliances I would think would be most advantageous in some ways. I don't think that they're good. I don't think that you should be like fighting all the time with the people that you're trying to make alliances with. Hopefully the people you want to make alliances with in like a political on the ground level, there's some more like natural synergies there as opposed to like fighting all the time. So I don't want that to be misunderstood or conflated.
Gotcha. Okay. Listen, I don't want to take up too much of your stream time, and you got some other stuff to react to and whatnot. So.
Oh, I actually got to go soon. But do you have anything else? Because that's you'll be the last caller.
No, I don't think so. I appreciate you bringing me on and giving me so much time.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
later. Okay, good shit, folks. Hey, what a great time we've all had. I might be on again later tonight. Thank you so much for super chats. Oh, I saw some other ones. Hang on. Super chat. Thank you, Matt. Again, huge gifter. I saw you gift the other day as well. Destiny won't be remembered for his political takes, but his unhinged Hassan obsession and brain dead. I think that's too narrow, and it's not true. I mean, like, let's not also be overly simplistic. I don't think that that's all he'll be remembered for at all. Name the Dem cut to you, Connor. 15 minutes. Have you heard of the Straw Hat Riots of 19? No, that's funny. What was I gonna say? Yeah, no. Some of the criticisms of me now. This is gonna seem very indulgent, and forgive me that I'm being very indulgent and selfish and all that stuff right now. But as I look back at the criticisms now of that like era, the socialism criticisms, and to think I just had a conversation with Connor, the second conversation in like a week and a half, where he's talking about conceivably voting for JD Vance. I'm just like, what the fuck? I'm over here being like, hey, maybe we should vote, with these DSA people who want to vote for Mamdani or something, and like maybe we should think about fighting Trump together. And Counter's over here being like, you know what? If Nikki Haley doesn't sell me, JD Vance might in the next election cycle. And me. But it just really might be different preferences. There are people who think that the far left is worse than Trump. I don't think that. I don't think that. I really don't think that. But that doesn't make me an avowed socialist or whatever that means. But even that, the more I start to think about those conversations, I'm like, something fucky was happening. Because we get into these conversations and Connor starts being like, yeah, I would consider a socialized medicine, but but that's not socialism. So like the only difference between you and Econoboy, who you were like, we must excommunicate Econoboy. He must never again feel the free air on his skin. The only difference is that he views as an ideal, an egalitarian society where there is no, if it were possible logically to get to this state, that's what he would want as an ideal, to promote egalitarianism. But in practicality, you guys operate very similarly. You'll even support social insurance and even so far as socialized medicine. To me, it's all incoherent because it's both, right? It's socialism as this all-encompassing threat. Look at the Democrats. They're so socialist. But it only means the kind of socialism that we're talking, the ML tanky type socialism. And so I just think that there's a huge equivocation going on right now in what people mean by the terms and in what's being talked about. And it really it becomes this kind of P.F. Young semantic situation where I don't know what to do with it, where there's just kind of like normative ought about what words ought to mean, that socialism ought to mean this specific thing, and you ought not call yourself a socialist, even if what you mean by socialist is this or that. And so I feel like I'm talking to P.F. Young. That said, we love capitalism. I I love selling a little bit of capital, buying a little capital, looking at the stock market, portfolios. I love small businesses, which of course could never exist in a socialist framework. Kash Patel. What's up with Kash Patel?
Our commanders, who are, I will just end by saying, as President Trump always has our back, we always have the back of our commanders, who are making decisions in difficult situations.
This guy can't stop throwing his fucking admiral under the bus. Listen to this guy.
I will just end by saying, as President Trump always has our back, we always have the back of our commanders, who are making decisions.
Not me. They're making decisions.
And we do in this case and all these strikes. They're making judgment calls and ensuring that they defend the American people. They've done the right things. We'll keep doing that, and we have their backs, Mr. President.
Good job.
Good job. This guy can't stop throwing his admirals under the bus, bro. You own it, bro. Trump can't stay awake. He cannot stay awake. This is now like, what, the 20th time he's falling asleep at these. Jesus fuck. He is out. Oh, sorry, you can't see it. My bad. I exited. But just like look at the cabinet meeting. He like is out like a light. All right, I'll show it. Fuck it. He said. He also said affordability is a democratic scam. Wait, did he really say that? I'll show it to you.
Really low. But our prices now for energy, but for gasoline are really low. Electricity's coming down, and when that comes down, everything comes down. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam. They say it, and then they go into the next subject, and everyone thinks, oh, they had lower prices. No.
The word affordability is a Democratic scam. He is out like a light, bro. No shot. Wait, hang on. This guy. This little dude. Poor little guy. He's all tuckered out.
Behind the border piece, and it's still an
fully out. Wait, you didn't see it. Fuck, my bad. Rubio's
coalition of countries that
he can't stay awake.
Behind the peace deal, behind the border peace, and it's still every day is a challenge, but it's been driven.
Look at this dude.
Personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved. A global coalition of countries that line up behind.
Out like a light, bro. Who's really in charge? Pam Bondi's making a fool of herself.
Next week, we have begun and will begin.
Look at this dude. One sec. Sleepy Donnie.
We have begun and will begin to stop moving federal funds into those states until they comply and they tell us and allow us to partner with them.
Dude is out. He can't stay awake. I need you to make fun of Sauger's big ass teeth. No, I don't do that. Come on. The most I do is I say John Fetterman and his fucking shorts. Did Biden ever look this bad? Is the Connor conversation worth going back instead of watching live? I'm almost ending, so you're gonna have no choice but to go back. Sorry about that. Pete is answering questions on the strike right now, is he? I gotta go. Wagner said, yeah, just go into the playlists. If you go to, I'll probably like unlist it, but you can just go to the playlist and you can find it there. And you can just find it there, my loves. Okay, cool. Guys, this was awesome. Great content. Love the enthusiasm. We started with some vegetables. Thank you so much for the sub on Twitch. I appreciate your guys' support, really do. It means the world to me, and you're fighting capitalism when you do this. I mean, Trump. Just kidding. But yeah, like the fucking stream, sub to the channel. Appreciate all of you. More coming. More writing is coming. And we'll talk more about that. And it is a tiny little rebrand. You might have noticed it, but adjusting things to coincide with the stream layout, the new stream.